The Giants are on the road again tonight. They come to Coors Field in Denver to take on the high-flying Colorado Rockies, the first of a 4-game series. Hello, everyone. I'm John Miller with Mike Krukow. Welcome to San Francisco Giants baseball. And the Giants have struggled mightily. For the Colorado Rockies, it's been the opposite kind of a season. And one thing is for sure, if the Giants are going to do anything here in Denver the next 4 days, they're going to have to score some runs because we know the Rockies will.
Well, you know the Rockies will. In fact, they've scored 109 more runs than the Giants have this year. Now, let's take a look at what the Rockies have done. With 42 wins on the year, they are first in the National League in defense. They are third in the National League in hitting, and they're fourth in the National League in pitching. So this is a Rockies team that has really solved the pitching problems that has plagued them throughout their career. But the point you make about the Giants going to have to score some runs, they're going to have to do that. It is a night made for hitting. It's near 90 degrees. We watched batting practice today, and to say the least, it was entertaining. So they're going to have to bang to beat the Colorado Rockies.
Now, one thing to keep in mind, the Rockies had the best road record in the majors. They're not that good at home this year. Maybe all of that pitching doesn't work as well at home as it used to, but they're great on the road. Their pitching has been superb on the road, but not so great here.
Well, they're 17-13. They're always a team that would just bludgeon you here, and you could beat them in your own yard. Well, that's not the case. So this is not your father's Rockies team. They're a very good team, and really the way you beat them is you have to play good baseball. You cannot beat yourselves. And one key today for Matt Moore, the pitcher for the Giants, is you can't walk anybody. You've got to get after it. You cannot give any free passes by way of the walk, the hit batsman, or by the way of the air. So you have to play clean baseball, and that's your chance to beat the Rocks.
Jeff Hoffman, a rookie, very impressive. He's won 4 in a row. The Giants will get a look at him here tonight. We're going to have more from Coors Field on a hot night in the Rocky Mountains. Giants, Rockies, back with more after this. As the Giants and Rockies are just about ready for game 1 of this series. Hoffman, the rookie for Colorado. Matt Moore, the veteran lefty for the Giants.
And right now it's time for our key ingredients of the game. It's brought to you by Round Table Pizza and their new Magnifico Ultimate and Wombo Combo pizzas. Number 1, no walks. They're not allowed. It's Coors Field. You can't give up any free passes. You can't hit anybody. You can't make errors. Number 2, add-on mentality. If you're offense and you have a 5-run inning, think you got to have another one. Just keep scoring. It's almost 90 degrees. It's Coors Field. And number 3, out-fundo them. That's right. You have to out-fundamental play this Colorado team. They don't beat themselves. Therefore, you have to be very good in that regard. Those are our Round Table key ingredients.
Matt Moore out of the bullpen in right center. Still warming up. We are a few moments away from getting started yet. And we'll come back with the lineups and the first pitch from Denver after this. Here in mid-June for the Giants and Rockies. Rockies have not yet taken the field. Earlier tonight, Madison Bumgarner continuing on his road to recovery. Bumgarner's been doing a lot of throwing, and he did so again tonight. But Mike, he is getting closer to actually doing some pitching.
Well, I mean, Sunday it's going to be a big day for Madison Bumgarner. It's going to be a simulated game, and in that game he's going to throw all of his pitches. So he is getting right to the point where they're going to start pushing him. If everything goes well after that start, then he'll go down to Arizona and he'll do an extended game there. And then after that, probably make a start in San Jose, possibly Sacramento. But the Giants are really encouraged with how well he is healed. And Bumgarner said he's a good healer, and he's proven it.
Manager Bruce Bochy, who himself delivered the lineup card here in the first game of the series. Usually bench coach Ron Wotus takes the lineup card out there. And right behind Bochy is Eduardo Nunez. Happy birthday. Feliz cumpleaños to Eduardo Nunez today. He turns 30 years old. And by the way, he's not a Giant now, but in a way he's one of those forever Giants. Happy birthday, Tim Lincecum, 33 today.
Who will always be a Giant.
There is Nunez, and he's been a hot hitter for the Giants. 2 more hits yesterday, and his average is up over 300.
All right, Toyota by the numbers time. Toyota's one for Everyone's sales event is here with incredible savings on every Toyota. Visit buyatoyota.com for amazing offers. Toyota, let's go places. And Major League birthdays on June 15th. Well, it's a bunch. Billy Williams turned 79 today. Dusty Baker, 68 years old today. Lance Parrish. Bugsy, Brett Butler, 60 years old. Wade Boggs, Andy Pettit, Tony Clark, Tim Lincecum, and Eduardo Nunez in the club. And that's our Toyota by the numbers.
It's a pretty good team of June 15th birthdays right there. Well, the Rockies are just now taking the field. The game was supposed to start about a minute ago, and the Rockies are just taking the field. Let's take a look at the Giants batting order now. Sponsored by Southwest. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That is transparency. Denard Span leads off. Center field. Eduardo Nunez hitting .301. Third base. Brandon Belt. And his average has been in the decline mode lately. .229. He's at first. Buster Posey. .348. And he's got a .382 lifetime average in this ballpark. Hunter Pence, right field. Brandon Crawford at short. Joe Panic, second base, hitting seventh. And the rookie Austin Slater. And he has been getting regular hits the last 4 games. He's had 8 hits, and his Major League batting average, he's only played 9 games, but nonetheless, .344. He's done well. Matt Moore, the pitcher, bats 9th.
On the mound tonight for the Rockies is the right-hander Jeff Hoffman. Remember back in 2015 when Troy Tulowitzki got traded to Toronto for a bunch of guys? Well, one of those guys in the bunch, Jeff Hoffman, and he is really having a nice rookie year. 24 years old. He's a big fella, 6'5", 217. And when you take your bats against him, you're going to see a healthy fastball that's going to average 95. And that means that he can go into the high 90s at times. Got a big curveball, slider, and a changeup. But right now, throwing with a lot of confidence. If you look at the numbers he's had as a starter, quite impressive. 4-0. As a starter, his ERA is in the 1s. So the Giants will have their hands full trying to figure out this young arm. And the young arms with confidence are dangerous. You don't know them, and they will attack. Let's take a look at the defense that the Rockies will employ behind Hoffman, starting in their outfield from left to right. It'll be Desmond, Blackman, and Tapia, the best arm in left field with Ian Desmond. Story and Arenado on the left side of the infield. LeMahieu and Reynolds on the right side. Tom Murphy activated and healthy again. He'll be in the squad, putting down the signs.
Denard Span to lead off for the Giants against Hoffman. The Giants did see Hoffman for a couple of innings last year at AT&T Park. He came on and pitched in relief. He started this year in the minor leagues, as you see Span's numbers. .308 on base average, 3 home runs. Hoffman, 6 feet 5 inches tall, 24 years old, and he pours one right through there for a called strike at 95 miles an hour. So the count is 0-1. But Hoffman was a first-round draft choice of the Blue Jays in 2014 out of college, and he was a top 10 pick. He was the 9th overall player selected in that draft. Well, he's right in there again, and it's 0-2. Maybe Span seemed to question Eric Cooper, the plate umpire, about that. Maybe thought it was too low.
Well, you're going to see some low strikes from Eric Cooper. I think he's got the lowest strike zone in the game. He doesn't have big corners either. I mean, I think he's more of a hitter's ump, but he will give some very low strikes.
And he struck him out. But he took 2 fastballs that were right over the plate, and then swings and misses at the breaking ball. So here is Eduardo Nunez. Nunez hitting .301 with a .326 on base average, 4 homers. 86 degrees is the official game time temperature. And we've got some scattered clouds overhead, and the sun is behind one of those clouds, and that big breaking ball is low for ball 1. Here's the shortstop, Story, and 2 down for the Giants. Coors Field, for a long time, the Rockies' history has been they just destroy pitchers in this ballpark, going back to the earliest days here, and then struggle on the road. They have a hard time hitting on the road. This year, to be sure, they still hit better here than on the road, but they've hit well on the road enough to support what has been very strong pitching on the road. And they have a much better road record than home record overall. There's a called strike to Brandon Belt.
It's just an easy 97.
Belt hitting .229, Giants home run leader. And that will go out of play off the left field line.
You know, it's something that scouts will look at as to how much effort a guy has to make to register a high velocity. And if you look at Hoffman, I mean, he's got more. I mean, he's not maxing out with his throwing motion. He's cruising at 97.
High and tight, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And that's the kind of velocity that scouts like. They like to think that if a guy's cruising at 96, 97, they can add, they can max out, and they can put another couple feet on a fastball.
2-2. The scouts behind home plate. He's got the little radar guns.
Well, very busy time. I mean, they just got through amassing a lot of information around the country with the amateur players. Now it's all about getting ready for the trade deadline.
Misses with that curveball, 3-2.
So if you're a scout, I mean, it's a busy time of year.
And the Rockies, the way they played, they look like a team that they could be looking to add. Backhanded by Reynolds. He takes it himself, and the Giants go down in order against Hoffman. Now Matt Moore to the mound. 0-0. Christmas tree farm out there in center field, and the man-made Rocky Mountain spring. Charlie Blackmon leads off. What a season he's having. He's in center. DJ LeMahieu, second base. Nolan Arenado is at third base, and he just has destroyed the Giants in his career. Mark Reynolds at first. He's having a great year. All-star kind of a season so far. Ian Desmond is healthy now in left field. Trevor Story at short. Raimel Tapia in right field. Tom Murphy just off the disabled list, makes his first start of the season. Behind the plate, Jeff Hoffman, the pitcher, bats ninth.
On the hill tonight for the Giants will be the left-hander Matt Moore. Matt Moore, 27 years old, making start number 14 on the year. You see his record, 2-7 with a 5.28 ERA. And for Moore, you're going to see a fastball that'll go 92 to 95. Big curveball, cutter, changeup. And Matt Moore, lifetime against these Rockies, he is 1-3 with a 7.92 ERA. So they have been hard on him. This will be a challenge for him tonight.
That is out of play off the left field line. 0-2 the count. The sun has broken through from behind a cloud. They have this ballpark is maneuvered a little bit different than most ballparks, so the sun sets in that left field corner. One and 2, 94 miles an hour with that one. Here's the umpiring alignment. Eric Cooper back of the plate. Gary Cedarstrom, who is the crew chief, at first. Gabe Morales second. Adrian Johnson at third. That is a fair ball. Buster on one hop, and it goes right by Belt. I think Belt was obstructed off that ball. Panic recovers. Here's the throw to second. It hits the runner. He had a chance to throw him out by plenty, and ball and runner intersected, and the body of Blackmon protected Blackmon there.
And I think he'd have been out by about 5 feet. A swing and bunt. Buster Posey realizes the only chance he has is a little bit of a flip. It goes on the right side of Blackmon. Now, once the ball gets up the line from Blackmon, he's thinking second base. And it heads up Joe Panik, who was over to back up the play. He got to it, and he had a chance to throw out Blackmon. And here's where the play goes against the Giants. It hits the backside of Blackmon, and just like that, the Rockies catch a break. There'll be an error on Posey.
A hit is given to Blackmon for reaching first base, and then the error charged to Buster, enabling him to go to second base, which I'm not exactly in agreement with that. I guess the mere reason he even tried to go to second was because Buster's throw got by Belt.
Yeah,
maybe
I think
that's it.
If you're the official scorer, I think you have to think that way. I mean, there was opportunity because of the overthrow. You can't assume that there's going to be a play at second base, and once it hit Blackmon, you can't put the error on Joe Panik. Just a tough error.
LeMahieu the hitter, and it's out of play. So this is the kind of thing that seems to happen a lot. It seems to happen a lot to visiting teams here. But you make a great pitch. A guy's having one of the greatest years of any hitter in the big leagues this year. Charlie Blackmon hits a ball, what, 40 feet from home plate, and he ends up at second base.
Well, I mean, he's had an unbelievable first half. I mean, if you vote for MVP right now, Charlie Blackmon he'd give you a heck of an argument.
Up the middle, base hit. Blackmon will score easily, and it is 1-0 Colorado.
Let's take a look at the Giants defensively, playing behind Matt Moore tonight, starting in their outfield from left to right. It'll be Slater, Span, and Pence, the best arm in right field. Crawford Nunez on the left side of the infield, Panik and Belt on the right side. Buster Posey, he'll be in the squad, putting down the signs.
Here comes Nolan Arenado. 2 batters in, the Rockies have a 1-0 lead.
Now, they're an opportunistic team, and they're very confident. As we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, they've scored 110 more runs than the Giants have scored this year.
LeMahieu back to the bag at first. LeMahieu just hit a ground ball at another night, and maybe in another ballpark might have ended up being a ground ball out, but that's another aspect of this ballpark. Usually this infield plays very fast. 1 ball, no strikes to Arenado, who has 14 home runs. In Arenado's case, you're tempted to say he's only got 14 home runs, 46 batted in, a 341 on base average.
Good cutter right there. Remember that the cutter is a pitch that Matt Moore learned last year, and he says by his own admission he kind of fell in love with the pitch, and he says it took me away from my fastball, and because of that my fastball command has suffered. he believes that is the backbone of his stuff, that fastball. And he's kind of in a quest right now to get those mechanics back that allow him to have command of that fastball.
Back out of play into the second deck. A ball and 2 strikes.
When he started throwing the cut fastball, he sort of went away from the 2-seam fastball altogether. But he says that he's intent on bringing that pitch back. Oh no, he says I can be better than what I'm doing now. And we've seen him dominate with the fastball.
Right center field. Nobody's out there. One hop to the wall. LeMahieu will score a double for Arenado. 2-0 Rockies.
Well, and this at bat really gives you an idea of how live this ballpark is playing right now. I mean, this is Arenado in a 2-strike count. It's a half swing. I mean, he doesn't even get both cheeks into this thing. He just kind of punches at the ball. And watch how far it goes in right field, which has always been the live part of this yard. He one-hops the right center field wall. It is just a night to hit.
Arenado with his 22nd double of the year, his 47th RBI. Here's Mark Reynolds, who has just had an amazing first half. Reynolds was not even listed to be a starter for the Rockies. He had to come to camp on a minor league contract. He was a non-roster invitee to spring training. That's hit hard and past Nunez, and Arenado will come around. And it is 3-0 Rockies.
So there's an example of the fast infield you're talking about. As live as this ballpark is with the fly ball, you would think that they would thicken up that infield grass to make it a little bit more favorable to the pitcher. Not the case, and the gaps are fast as well. If you're an outfielder, you really got to bust your tail to cut a ball off if it's headed towards a gap, because once it hits this grass, it'll scoot.
Dave Righetti out to talk to Moore, who's allowed 3 runs within a span of the first 4 batters of the game, and there's nobody out yet. That was a base hit for Reynolds, his 55th RBI of the year, and he is 2nd in the league in RBIs, a guy that was not even really that much in the plans for the Rockies when they went to spring training.
Well, I mean, let's review. I mean, a ground ball, a swing and bunt to start the game in air, then a ground ball base up the middle that, you know, could have been hit at somebody, then a half swing double to right field, and then another ground ball. And that's exactly what Dave Righetti went out there to sort of explain to Moore. Listen, you're getting ground balls. They're not hitting you hard. Keep doing what you're doing. It'll start turning your way. You have to think positive.
Ian Desmond. They signed Desmond, and the plan was for him to be the first baseman this year. And then he got hurt during spring training. I think he got hit by a pitch on the hand, broken bone. And so suddenly, when the season opened, Mark Reynolds ended up being the first baseman. And he's had one of the great years of any first baseman in the league up till now. Into the crowd off the right field line. 2 balls and a strike to Desmond. Anyway, Reynolds was doing so well that when Desmond got back, they had to find a new position for him, and he's been playing left field. There's Reynolds over at first. And the Rockies are leading the charge, campaigning for Reynolds to be an all-star. Back to the screen. It's 2-2.
Well, deservedly. 55 RBIs. Although the guy who has been the eye-opener has been the guy hitting leadoff. Charlie Blackmon has 53 RBIs as a leadoff hitter. How often do you see that?
He came in
away from an all-star game.
He began the day 3rd in the league in RBIs as a leadoff man. There are almost no leadoff men in the history of the game with those kind of RBI numbers at this point of the season in the history of baseball. And this is not the DH league either. He's hitting leadoff, meaning the hitter in front of him is usually the pitcher.
Who doesn't get on base a whole lot?
Rockies with 3 runs home already. Nobody out. Desmond, the 5th place hitter. Ian Desmond, who last year played for Texas and mostly played center field for the Rangers. We remember him as the shortstop for the Washington Nationals for many years. He's hitting .280. This is his 42nd game. He's got 4 home runs. Over the head of Crawford. 5 straight hits for the Rockies to start the inning.
That was not a hanger either. That was a breaking ball down around the knees. He just went down and beat. Take a look at the location. Just stayed right in beautifully. I mean, you talk about a team hit with confidence. You're looking at it right now, especially in this ballpark. Hard to believe they're just 17-13 in their first 30 games here at Coors Field this year.
And really, it's not so much the hitters, it's the pitchers. The Rockies team ERA at home 4.83, on the road 3.39. And that's a called strike to Trevor Story. Story, who had the big breakout season last year. And he also ended up starting the year at shortstop because the guy that they had planned to be the regular shortstop got injured in spring training. And then Story had one of the greatest first weeks of any rookie in history last year. Ended up hitting 27 home runs, even though he missed the last, 2 months of the season. This year, there was no question about who the shortstop was going to be. Story, though, got off to a very slow start, and his average up to this day is still only .215. He does have 8 home runs. 2 men on, nobody out. Crawford at short, Panic at second, double play depth. Pence in right field, tagging both runners, and Reynolds will go to third as the throw comes into second, and that is the first out of the inning. Here comes Raimel Tapia. Rockies have averaged just under 6 runs a game at home and about 4.7 runs a game on the road. And that's the big difference, really. It used to be the Rockies would score a ton of runs here and they'd score almost none at all when they go on the road. And everybody had a theory about it and why was that and so on and so forth. That has not been the case so much this year. They don't hit as well on the road, but they hit plenty well enough with excellent pitching.
Yeah, I mean, this is the very first year that the Rockies have ever had a manager that was a former pitcher. Bud Black brings a different philosophy. Every other manager prior to him, all hitters. And this is the best bullpen I think they've ever had.
There goes Desmond. Buster fakes the throw, then looks at Reynolds, but Reynolds was not taking liberties at third. So the steal of second for Desmond, uncontested.
Well, you know what, though? That's a pretty heads-up play because Buster Posey realized from the get-go that he was not going to have a chance to throw out Desmond. So he comes up with the idea, I'm going to do a fake arm pump just with the idea that I might be able to cherry-pick somebody at third base. That is a humongous jump.
Giants bring the infield in the first inning here at Coors Field. 3 runs already in. Tapia, Raimel Tapia, 23-year-old rookie from the Dominican. And it's a foul to the screen. Quickly 0-2.
The one guy who's not having any fun in this Rockies offense is Carlos Gonzalez. He's just been slumping. And he can go cold for a while. He can carry a team for months, too, when he gets hot. But he's on the bench tonight. On the bench last night. And Tapia last night, he had 4 hits. So it's amazing when a guy comes off the bench can put 4 hits on the board for you. That's what Tapia did last night.
And not this time for Tapia. Strikeout, which I think was just exactly what Moore wanted to accomplish there with runners at second and third. So here comes Murphy. First base is open, and they're not even going to let him get acquainted with the batter's box. In his first trip to the plate this year, coming off the disabled list, he never actually got to the batter's box. They immediately told, oh, go to first.
Yeah, but he's leading the league in on-base percentage.
The automatic walk. So here's Jeff Hoffman with the bases loaded. Hoffman 1 for 11. Back to the screen, strike one.
Well, that's a swing you have to respect. It's not the first time he's ever had a bat in his hand. You can tell that by one swing.
Hoffman out of East Carolina University. And the first round draft choice of the Blue Jays just 3 years ago, the 9th overall selection in that draft.
Well, he was the plum in that deal between the Rockies and the Blue Jays that sent Tulowitzki to the Blue Jays. And you watch him throw one inning, you can see why everybody's so high on this guy. I mean, he's got great stuff.
3 runs in, 3 men on, 2 men out. And he struck him out. So he gets a couple of strikeouts late in the inning. The Rockies got 3, and it could have been a lot worse. Posey coming up. The Chrysler Pacifica play of the game brought to you by the all-new 2017 Chrysler Pacifica. And we're going back 10 years. The second career start of Tim Lincecum. Lincecum facing the Rockies here at Coors. Went 7 innings, 3 runs, 2 earned on 7 hits, 6 strikeouts. And the Giants won that ball game 8-3. A sterling performance in his first major league victory in this ballpark. It takes comfort, storage, and technology to the next level. The 2017 Chrysler Pacifica, making Pacifica the new benchmark of minivans. And happy birthday again to Tim Lincecum. Buster Posey, 348 batting average, a 435 on base percentage. And over the years in this ballpark, he's made himself right at home. A 382 career batting average at Coors Field. Ball 1 too high. If it looks different to you, you say, what it looks odd. We've got the dead center placement for the center field camera,
which I like.
Up off the dirt, hit Buster in the leg. The one thing about it is to get that camera in dead center. Look how high it is. It is way up there.
You're really looking right over the top, and it's a great view of movement.
Jeff Hoffman to Buster Posey. And it's 2-1.
Example right there of Eric Cooper's tight corners. Everybody thought that was a strike except Cooper. That included Buster Posey.
Two and two. Hunter Pence on deck. Brandon Crawford due up third. The best part of falling behind right away at Coors Field in the first inning, you've got 8 innings to try and play catch up. And historically, runs can gather cheaply in this ballpark. And that's a little bit too high, apparently, the slow curveball.
All right, let's take a look. Remember, Eric Cooper likes the low strike. You're not going to see any high belt highs very often, especially breaking balls.
Arenado. One away.
Well, on Sunday, June 25th, we're celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Summer of Love. Your special event ticket will include a Summer of Love themed miniature bus collectible and a ticket to see the Giants take on the Mets. Reminder, you want this item, you need to get a ticket. Go to sfgiants.com/special events.
Yeah, far out.
I used to have one of those.
A van like that?
I did. It was red and white.
Here's Hunter Pence. Called a strike, and Pence didn't think so.
I mean, it didn't have the Haight-Ashbury paint job on it. But
that was my next question. Well, actually, my next question was, so what, you were a hippie?
It was a great ride. It was the greatest sound system on wheels in the history of cars.
Play your 8 tracks.
Yeah.
1-1 the count. Check swing by Pence. Curve in the dirt. New ball put in play.
I will say this thing, driving one of those Volkswagen buses, is that when you would drive one, you couldn't help but be happy. They were fun to drive.
Well, so you need one of those.
I do.
Souvenir. A lot of Giants fans here tonight, as is almost always the case at Coors Field. But about 100 fans from Giants Vacations are here tonight. 3-2 now to Pence.
I don't know how Tom Murphy, the catcher for the Rockies, even got any kind of body on that thing. That's about as wild a scud as we've seen. There's a couple Giants fans. He brought his glove.
100 Giants fans through Giants Vacations, and another 25 Giants season ticket holders also made the trip here. That is just foul. How is that even possible, to swing that hard and you hit a ball that just lands right beneath where you hit it and it stays right there?
By a guy who's 6'4", 230 with about 6% body fat. It's impossible.
3-2.
I mean, you couldn't do this if you tried. Bite. I mean, come on.
And the walk for Pence. First Giants base runner of the game. And both Posey and Pence got the 3-2 counts. They've made him throw a lot of pitches here to start the second inning.
A lot of orange and black in the stands. It's fun taking a walk around Denver, and when you see a lot of Giants fans, I mean, they get their colors on early. And it is a great walking town here. We always talk about Coors Field. It is such a fun place to bring your family. People here could not be nicer. It's a great venue, always has been, from the day they opened their doors for the very first time.
Brandon Crawford. 1 on, 1 out. 1 ball to no strikes.
Well, somebody has lost their way.
A Dodger fan here tonight. Dodgers lost today in Cleveland 12-5. We recognize that guy.
Yeah, he showed up.
That goes foul. Glove by Reynolds, but a foul ball. 1 ball, 1 strike, and Pence will have to go back to first.
You know, we always talk about baseball is such a neat game because you come to a ballpark every day, wherever you are in the country, and you're going to see something you didn't see before. Well, you could guarantee it at Coors Field. You're going to see something you've never seen.
Although sometimes you'll see that and hope that you never have to see it again.
That's true. That is absolutely true. This place is unique.
Well, he had him lunging. That off-speed pitch. Arenado. And that is out number 2. Holding the powerful accountable is more important than ever. And NBC Bay Area's investigative unit is doing just that. Changing 25 laws and policies and investigating billions in tax dollars. Count on the one station invested in making a difference for you. NBC Bay Area. We investigate. It's a warm night. 86 degrees right at game time. Is that in Hawaii? They call it the shave ice.
Kind of looked like that, didn't it?
What do we call them? Snow cones?
Yeah.
That's a called strike to Joe Panic. Dad's making sure that it's going to be good enough.
Yeah, let me try this. I'm the tester. And then it's always, Dad, you took too big a bite. Dads will do that.
Joe Panic with a count of 1 ball, 1 strike. Panic, who just got back in the lineup yesterday after the sprain of his right thumb, making a diving of his left thumb, his glove hand thumb, making a dive for a ground ball in Milwaukee last week. And he had 2 hits his first game back. That shoots right by Story. He shot the glove out and hoped for the best on it. That ball was hit hard.
Well, here is the injury when he went diving to his right, and as he backhanded the ball, look at the glove roll over, and when the glove rolled over, it really strained his thumb. And we all thought that he was going to be coming out of the game. He did not. He stayed in the game, but he was not able to play the next day. In fact, he missed about the next 3 days. So now he wears a protective piece. Still tender.
Here's the rookie Austin Slater with 2 men on, 2 men out. Check swing, and plate umpire Eric Cooper says no, that's a swing.
Well, it looked like a swing from the center field camera. Let's take a look from the side. Did he go? Oh yeah.
This will be the 21st pitch of this inning thrown by Jeff Hoffman. The Giants have taxed him a little bit. He only threw 11 pitches, retiring the Giants in order in the first. Pence at second, Panic at first. And it's a little bit too high. 1 ball, 1 strike. You see Hoffman look a little frustrated not getting that call.
Not going to see many high breaking balls called from Eric Cooper. One thing we've learned from Austin Slater, outstanding opposite field approach. Hits a lot of balls to right. Drives a lot of ball to right field.
You'll really get rewarded in this ballpark with that kind of an approach. Slow chop. Arenado. No play on anybody. An infield hit for Slater, although that's not exactly the kind of hit the Giants were hoping for with a pitcher coming up next. So the bases are loaded with 2 down, but here's Matt Moore. He'll try and help his own cause. He's had 2 hits in 21 at bats, but 2 RBIs.
Well, his best chance is against the fastball. And with the number of strikes that Hoffman is throwing, you might see Bruce Bochy turn him loose. He usually has a pitcher take at least 1 strike.
And he starts him with a curveball.
Yeah, the Rockies have done their homework. They know if a pitcher can hit a curveball. They know if he can't hit a curveball. And so far, that is the one pitch that has really given Matt Moore problems.
3 men on, 2 men out. Well, he took a hack at that one and got a piece of it. Strike 2.
And that was a lazy breaking ball. And I'm sure that they said, hey, don't let him beat you on the fastball.
So he's thrown 2 of these now. Does he throw another one?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, the guy's been throwing 97, and the fastball set up. They could throw it out of the strike zone, and he would swing. But there it is. 3 pitches, 3 curveballs.
Well, the more pitches he sees, the better this plate appearance is for Matt Moore, whether he gets a hit or not, because this is a stressful inning for Hoffman. This next pitch will be his 26th pitch of the inning. Bases loaded, 2 down. There's that fastball and out of play. Had a pretty good rip at it too.
Yeah, he's put up a fight. He absolutely is. I mean, you know that when you're a pitcher, you're down 3 runs, they load the bases for you. You got to put up a fight. Just put the ball in play. You might get lucky.
Pence, Panic, Slater, the runners from third back to first. And the fastball back to the screen. So this will be the 6th pitch from Hoffman to Matt Moore.
That's a great pitch, and that's a great take. I mean, he's in the swing mode, and this is a hard one to take when you're in a 1-2 count. You don't see a lot of breaking balls, and I really don't know how he took it. Extending the at bat.
2-2 the count now. The 40th pitch of the night here. Here it comes. Way outside and high. Maybe showing a little sign of the stress there. This will be his 30th pitch of the inning.
Well, and he's thinking right now, I can't walk this guy. I can't walk this guy. And when you get in that mode right there, you start to squeeze the ball. You start to aim it instead of just throw it.
Pence, Panic, Slater ready to take off. There they go. He walked him. So the Giants get their first run on a bases loaded walk to the pitcher, whom he started ahead of at a no ball 2-strike count.
Great at bat.
Now the pitching coach Steve Foster goes out, as you got Denard Span coming up now, and you got a young pitcher who has really been taxed big time, not just in this inning. He's only made 1 start in this ballpark this year.
Well,
his last 3 starts all on the road. So this altitude, they've been on the road for a while. He might be feeling that a little bit too.
And he's got a negative thought in his mind. I mean, he went up there just with the idea, I can't walk this pitcher, and look what happened. So immediately Steve Foster, recognizing the symptoms of a mind turning negative, goes out and says, I forget about that, pump it up, you're doing good. I mean, that's when you need a pat in the back from your pitching coach when you're a young pitcher. Because a walk to a pitcher with the bases loaded can take away confidence, and it can fracture your concentration.
Denard Span, who struck out leading off the first inning, took a couple of fastballs right down the middle and then swung and missed at a hard breaking ball in the dirt. And he swings at it again here. 0-1. Some guys have the idea that a pitcher who's suddenly struggling with his control a little bit, take a pitch, make it throw a strike. Denard Span not from that school. Hunter Pence has scored the first run for the Giants. Back in the dugout now. Nunez on deck. Panic at third, Slater at second, Moore at first. Down the right field line, just foul.
Not fool on that breaking ball. Had just a little bit of elevation on the inside corner. And he went down and got it. Just had a little hook on it. Did quite stay inside it, and that's what hooked it foul. So 2 pitches, 2 breaking balls, and a quick 0-2. But that was a loud strike.
Span now getting himself situated with that front foot. Turned back in toward the catcher. Fastball blooped. And what a play by Story. I did not think he had a prayer to get to that one. He's a little slow at getting up. But that takes 2 runs away from the Giants.
An amazing play to a low backhander, and that would have tied the score. The happy hour right here, I'm sorry, on NBC Sports Bay Area and NBCSportsBayArea.com. Also available to listen live and as a podcast on NBCSportsBayArea.com. We advise you to check it out because it is a great, entertaining time with the happy hour. Those 3, they will make you smile and they'll make you think. Take a look at the play that ended it for the Giants. I mean, this is as good as it gets. Trevor Story completely laying out. I mean, he was put parallel to the ground when he caught that ball on a low backhander. And as John pointed out, we didn't think this ball could be caught. That's just a brilliant play. And that's what the Rockies can do. They lead the National League in defense with plays like that. And look at the reaction from Jeff Hoffman.
Rockies at the top of their batting order. Charlie Blackmon leads off. Blackmon got a 35-40 foot base hit, ended up at second base on a throwing error charged to Buster Posey and scored the first run of the game. So here he is to lead off again in the second inning against Moore. LeMahieu and Arenado will follow. 3-1 Colorado leading. Matt Moore had a very lengthy first inning himself. 29 first inning pitches. And Jeff Hoffman just had a 33 pitch second inning. A mighty cut, didn't get it. And that's pretty good fastball from Matt Moore, 94 miles an hour.
And he's not a max out guy either. I mean, he cruises low to mid 90s with his velocity. It's sneaky fast. It can get on you quick.
2-2 the count. Full count.
And the one thing he does not want to do is walk Blackmon to start the inning.
There's LeMahieu on deck. He does walk him.
Now that's a mistake, and that was an easy take.
So Blackman is aboard. And here is LeMahieu. Blackman, he runs pretty well, but he's not a big time base stealer. He has 5 steals, but has been thrown out trying to steal 4 times. He's tied for the team lead with 5 steals. The Rockies' whole team only has 20 steals. Shows bunt. Ball 1. All the Giant infielders on the move there as soon as he displayed bunt. Blackman easily back. On the corner for a strike.
Perfect pitch right there. LeMahieu, a tall hitter. And I think his strength is middle away, but he stays inside the ball beautifully. It's a lot of hits to right field.
1-1 the count. There's the bunt, but it goes foul. I mean, he has to be bunting for a hit, right? In the 2nd inning of a game. He was the batting champion in the National League last year.
Oh, he absolutely is bunting for a hit. Well, I mean, Eduardo Nunez at third base is not going to play even on the grass with this guy. So with LeMahieu's speed, I mean, he's a pretty good bunter. I mean, he'll absolutely take it if the defense is going to give it to him. But he's doing you a favor if he's bunting. I mean, I think that's how the Giants look at it. He's got power.
He's singled to center, knocking in the first run of the game in the 1st. And a high foul off the right field line. Deep down the right field line. 350 feet to the foul pole in the right field corner.
Well, it feels like 305 though.
One ball, 2 strikes. Crawford and Panic up the middle, pulled in a bit, double play depth. And Blackman back to the bag. LeMahieu, he was a Cub. He was a 2nd round draft choice of the Cubs in '09 out of LSU. And he's the one the Cubs let get away. Not that things haven't worked out well for the Cubs without him.
Yeah, I think they're doing all right.
But he has not only won a batting championship, he hit .348 last year, but he's a Gold Glover at second base. He's about as good as there is. Pence started in, and he misjudged it. Blackman could not tell if Pence had caught that one or not, so he gets only to second base. He actually turned around and started back at one point.
Well, it's Coors Field, and one thing that you get here more than any other ballpark is carry on fly balls. Off the crack of the bat, he was convinced that he had to go in on the ball, then realizing, uh-oh, I got to get back, and just cannot get back in time. So a misjudged fly ball, and it's just kind of what you see here in this ballpark. Talk about things you never see, well, and things you wish you didn't see. Case in point.
Here's Arenado. Called a strike. Arenado hit a double to right center to knock in a run his first time. So look what's happened here. A walk, which just can't happen in this ballpark, but it did. And then a routine looking fly ball to right. No, it's Coors Field. Ends up being a single. Could have been worse than that. Blackman just, he couldn't tell whether Pence caught it or not. He was halfway to second, and at one point I think he assumed he caught it, and he started back to first.
And these are the things that are really the recipes for disaster in this ballpark. Walks, misjudged fly balls. mental errors here are just, they really come back to bite you. It's just a place that's unforgiving. I mean, you really have to play clean. And this isn't just this year when the Rockies have been so good, not only here at Coors Field, but on the road as well. They're a good team. But this has been every year that since they've come into the league in 1993. It's a great, great home field advantage.
That ball is crushed. Liner off the base of the wall near the deepest part of the ballpark. Blackman scores. LeMahieu right behind him. Crawford's throw is too late. And both of those base runners have turned into runs just like that.
Buster Posey out to try and calm things down for Matt Moore. This is a down and in fastball right there, knee high inside corner. And that ball just exploded off the bat of Arenado right off the base of the wall, and an easy score from LeMahieu at first and Blackman at second. So once again, Matt Moore pitching for his life.
The first three hitters in the Rockies batting order have not been retired in 2 plate appearances each. 1-1 to Reynolds. Reynolds got an RBI single his first time. Arenado with his 23rd double of the year. His first double, and you pointed it out, Mike, was just kind of a high, lazy fly that reached the right center field wall on a bounce in the right center field. This one, this was a laser beam, 107 miles an hour off the bat. And more damage against Moore for Arenado. Now 9 for 16 with a homer and 5 doubles. And that's all for Reynolds.
There was some anger in that fastball, and he threw it right by him. And that's not the first time he threw it by him in that at bat. You throw a fastball by a guy and one time in an at bat, you got a good fastball. You do it a couple times or more. I mean, that's an exceptional fastball.
And it's 0-1 to Desmond. Desmond singled his first time. By the way, we talked about the part of the ballpark where Arenado hit that double. Out there in deep left center where the left field wall meets the center field wall. That part of the ballpark, there you see it, that little notch out there. That's about 9-10 feet deeper than straightaway center field here. There it is. He hit it just to the left of that, and the StatCast estimate was he hit it 416 feet.
Yeah, that's their triples alley here.
Down the right field line. And that'll be a run. Desmond is 2 for 2. Coming in to score is Arenado. He just trots home as Desmond makes it into second with his second hit. 3 more runs. And it is 6-1 Colorado. Trevor Story hit a fly ball to right his first time. 3 in the first and 3 more in the second. Only 1 out in the second. They had their 3 in the first inning with nobody out. And it's 0-1. Now, ultimately, Moore had to get out of a bases loaded jam. He has already thrown 50 pitches in this game, and he's got 1 out in the second inning.
Man, I can't worry about that. I mean, you just have to focus on the one you're about to throw. keep trying to make quality pitches, go as hard as you can, as long as you can. That's the mode you're in right now.
Spin move towards second. Desmond back to the bag.
You know, and it's easy to forget about the little things too. When you got 6 runs on the board with 1 out in the second, your concentration to holding runners on, to varying your rhythms, that can all just kind of go out the door. But you've got to fight yourself to do the things you need to do.
Strike 2. Tapia, the rookie left-handed hitter, on deck. There's Raimel, Tapia, Trevor Story. He hasn't had a hit in this game, but he's had a huge impact in the game. He robbed the Giants of 2 runs with that catch off the bat of Span, and not just the 2 runs that would have scored there, but the inning would have still been going with one of the Giants' hottest hitters, Nunez, up next. And that's all for Story.
Again, the fastball, the payoff pitch. Just that angers the one thing that really can help a fastball. And right now, Matt Moore's got it. He's ticked off.
Tapia struck out his first time. 4 strikeouts in these first 2 innings for Matt Moore. Desmond at second, and again the spin move moves him back to the bag.
Well, you have to do it.
Desmond has 5 steals, tied for the club lead, even though he missed the first month of the season on the disabled list. The line drive base hit to center field, and Desmond will score easily. The cutoff by Belt. 7-1 Colorado.
And the other thing too, if you're Matt Moore, I mean, you know you have to pitch. There's nobody getting up in the Giants bullpen. You know you've got to eat up some innings here.
So now Tom Murphy, the catcher, his first major league game of the year, just activated from the disabled list. On 1. The Giants fans didn't look too happy.
Well, they had a look of befuddlement, thinking, what the heck is going on?
You know, they told us that stuff like this happens here. I just didn't believe it. 1-1 now to Murphy. He gets up fairly close to the plate. 1-2, 94-mile-an-hour fastball.
Some of the best pitches he's thrown this inning have been that fastball.
He is the 8th batter to come up in this inning. Moore faced 9 hitters in the first. Hoffman, the pitcher, is on deck. Back to the screen.
Yeah, but you know what? I mean, it's Coors Field. You're down 7-1, second inning. You've got time. And tonight is an offensive night, as warm as it was today. Batting practice today was ridiculous. The amount of balls that were hit out of this ballpark by both teams.
That got by Posey, and Tapia to second and maybe to third. He'll make it to third easily. So the wild pitch to go to second, and a throwing error to Buster Posey to go to third.
2 errors on the night for Posey. Now here he's just realizing he's got to have to get rid of the ball quick. He sees it, a chance, and just airmails it in the center. and the frustration.
2-2 the count to Murphy. Out of play. The first base is open, but he does have 2 strikes on him already. And there is George Cantos up in the Giants bullpen with bullpen coach Mark Gardner alongside. Slater, and the inning at long last is over. 2 nightmarish innings for Moore. 7-1.
Giant flight of the game. Discover pterosaurs. Flight in the Age of Dinosaurs, an epic new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences.
Sunset in the Rocky Mountains. And here it sets sort of in the left field corner, beyond the left field corner at Coors Field. A lot of people like to come here, sit in the what they call the rock pile out in straightaway center. Those are the cheapest seats, bleachers out there in center field. As Nunez on his birthday leads off against Hoffman and takes a called strike. But they get cheap seats out there, and they get the dramatic views of the sunset, the Rocky Mountains. They're the ones who see the Rocky Mountains off in the distance. Strike 2.
Well, when they first opened up Coors Field, you could get those seats for $1.
And I'm not sure what they go for now. I know the last I checked in on it was like $5 to sit out there. And my wife Janine had some cousins who lived near the ballpark. Right center field, Tapia at the edge of the track. So there's one away. But they'd come over. They live not too far, maybe half a mile from the ballpark. They'd come over, get a spot out there. They watch the sun go down and have something to eat. Enjoy the spectacular. A lot of times you get spectacular sunsets here. Then after about the 5th inning or so, the sun will go down. They go home.
That's it for me.
Which is not to say they didn't stay here a long time. 5 innings should take a long time here. Often. Is that them?
Could be.
No, I don't know.
The guy's a Warriors fan who celebrated today with a great parade. We had a chance to watch a lot of it.
Brandon Belt 0 for 1. Here's a look at the sunset over the snow-capped Rocky Mountains.
Big sky country. Beautiful.
Belt got one on the inside, and for the second straight time he grounds out to first. Giants will be home a week from Friday, a week from tomorrow, to face the Mets, and on Saturday the 24th, the first 30,000 fans attending will receive a Giants retro bobblehead presented by Coca-Cola. First pitch 4:15 in that Saturday afternoon, and the Giants and Mets, they'll be there all weekend. Friday night, Saturday, the 4:15 start, 105 Sunday. Tickets always available at sfgiants.com. Posey deep into center. Blackman still going. Leaps. No, not this time. Tapia hustled over to back up the play, and Buster with a double. He did miss hitting a home run by much.
I'd like to know how much of this one he gets. Looks like he got a pretty good chunk of it. I mean, he got some backspin on it. High, majestic fly ball. And really, I think Blackman's kind of figuring out how he didn't catch this thing. He kind of whiffed on it. Mr. Posey will take it. Measuring up. That's a ball that should have been caught.
11th double of the year for Buster. Pence, and the low strike right there to Hunter Pence. That spot is deeper than straightaway center. It's 415 to straightaway center, but he hit it toward that notch to the right there, where the right field wall meets the center field wall. It's 421 to that spot.
Well, the center field wall here is a little unique in that it's a straight line. There's no arc in the center field wall, which allows you to have alleys that are deeper than straightaway center. You don't see that very often.
Pence walked his first time. Way outside. By the way, you were wondering if he got all of that one or not. And StatCast estimated the distance on that one at 424, which is the distance it would have traveled if it hadn't hit the fence. Off of Arenado. And past Story, but not by much. Posey had already been held up at third.
Be interested to see how they rule this. Gold Glover Arenado doesn't make many errors. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen him touch a ball with his glove that didn't go in the sweet spot of the pocket. Ball comes up on him, kind of handcuffs him. I got to believe that's an error. They're still thinking about it. They haven't made a ruling on it yet.
Did come up on him. One of 13 third basemen in MLB history to win 4 or more Gold Gloves. Brooks Robinson, of course, number 1 on that list with 16. Curveball is hit high in the air, and a routine play for Tapia. And the inning is over. 7-1 Colorado.
sure things are safe at home with Nest Cam security cameras. Learn more at nest.com/Giants, May 25th, 2013, against these Rockies in San Francisco. And that's when Angel Pagan had a 2-run inside the park walk-off home run. Giants beat the Rockies 6-5 in 10 innings, and that is a moment we'll never forget.
Called strike one to the pitcher, Jeff Hoffman, leading off the 3rd inning against Matt Moore. Now, Moore could use a quick inning. Strike 2. He threw 29 pitches in the 1st inning and 31 more in the 2nd inning. So he threw about, what, 4 or 5 innings worth of pitches in just the first 2 innings of this game. And that is all for Hoffman. Buster tagged him out after grabbing that ball out of the dirt. Giants baseball is brought to you by Toyota. Toyota's One for Everyone sales event is here with incredible savings on every Toyota. Visit buyatoyota.com for amazing offers. Toyota, let's go places. Let's go to the Rocky Mountains.
We're here.
Oh, that's right. Here is Charlie Blackmon. Smokes that one to right field. Off the out-of-town scoreboard, and to take a very odd turn. It's going to be at least a triple. Penn's finally up with it. And Blackmon stops at 3rd with a stand-up triple.
Now, the right field wall here at Coors Field has personality, very much like AT&T. In that line drives or fly balls that hit it, you really aren't too sure what the carom is going to do. And this one goes completely against the grain, away from Hunter Pence. And with the speed of Charlie Blackmon for a second there, we thought there might be a chance for an inside the park home run.
Well, they post those out-of-town scores by hand out there, and there are a lot of little ridges and oddities. It's not a flat surface. The infield comes in for LeMahieu. Base hit
to right field. And with LeMahieu, you say, what else is new?
He is 3 for 3. Blackmon is 2 for 2 with a walk. None of the first 3 hitters in the Rockies batting order have been retired yet, as Cantos is up in the Giants bullpen. It is now 8-1 Colorado. There's Righetti to the mound.
George Cantos is going to take a little more serious now. He's got a pretty good heat going on down the Giants bullpen. And Dave Righetti just coming out just to give Cantos a little time.
Now the Giants have been awaiting news about the suspension of Hunter Strickland. Remember, after the incident with Bryce Harper, the commissioner's office announced that they were suspending him for 6 games. He appealed that. He had his hearing on Tuesday, and it's pretty standard that shortly after that hearing, an announcement is made that they're keeping the same 6 days, or they've reduced it, or whatever, and then the suspension starts. But it still hasn't started, and the Giants kind of thought that it would start by today. That's been a couple of days already since the hearing.
I'm thinking they just forgot about it.
Well, the thing is once he is actually suspended, then the Giants will be short a man. You can't replace the player. They'll have to have a 24-man roster for the length of the suspension, however many days it ends up being, as Arenado fouls one out of play. And Coors Field, that is a place where you know the bullpen's going to get a lot of work. And of course, a worst case scenario is having to go deep into your bullpen the very first night in a 4-game series.
Well, on a road trip where you're going to see 2 live yards, Coors Field and the new field net in Atlanta, which we're being told is very lively. A ballpark where you need a lot of bullpen. The one thing about it is, I mean, you don't, if you lose a pitcher to suspension, you don't, I mean, it's not like you lose a pitcher on the staff. You could still have a 13-man bullpen, but you would suffer and have a 3-man bench. So the Giants are going to protect their arms. Just that they're going to have to go with 24 guys as a team.
3-1 now, and here's Moore facing a guy who just destroys him. Arenado's had a double to right center and a double to left center, and 3 RBIs in this game already, and 9 hits in 16 career at bats against Moore, including 5 doubles and a homer. 3-1 the count. Out of play. 3-2 into the upper deck.
When a guy has numbers like that against you, you know he sees the ball out of your hand well. He picks up spin early. Because if you go back and look at all the swings that Arenado has against Matt Moore, not a lot of times has he been off that back leg, hitting off his front foot or out of balance. And just guys that see it well, I mean, that's just the way it is, no matter what you do.
He struck him out. That's the first time. Well, here's the incident back on May 29th. Harper was suspended for 4 games. And Mike Morse ended up in the middle of that. And also heading for the middle of it was Jeff Samardzija, and Morse is still on the disabled list as a result. Mark Reynolds, his second home run, and struck out.
Well, there's the collision you're talking about with Jeff Samardzija and Michael Morse. I mean, it was a violent collision. This was getting Strickland off the field. You got 4 big boys there trying to get him off, and it wasn't an easy time.
Curveball for a strike to Mark Reynolds. Jeff Samardzija goes here tomorrow night. Unlike Matt Moore, Samardzija's had a history of doing real well in this ballpark. He faces the rookie Antonio Senzatella. 2-2. Rockies had 3 runs in the first, 4 runs in the second. They've scored once here in the third. And have a runner at first, LeMahieu, 2 down. Struck him out, and the inning is over. 3 strikeouts in the inning. The Giants have Paddock, Slater, and then more due up. We go to the 4th.
We go back to April 14, 2015 at AT&T Park, and Nolan Arenado makes a great catch in foul territory running onto the tarp, and it took away everybody's breath. And he almost got the back end of the play with a throw to third base. Our Audi control play. Visit a Bay Area Audi dealer today and get behind the wheel of the Audi model you've always wanted.
That play was impossible.
It was impossible.
And yet he still had the presence of mind to somehow maneuver his body so he can make a throw, which also is impossible. Joe Paddock leads off against Hoffman. Curveball in there for a strike. Paddock singled his first time. 8 runs, 11 hits for Colorado. 1 run, 4 hits, and 2 errors for the Giants. And it's a ball and a strike. We're told that Buster Posey with a 2-error game here. It's only the 2nd time in his career that Buster's made 2 errors in the same game. There is LeMahieu. He is so smooth. 1 Gold Glover, throwing out another right there. Paddock is retired.
I think he's as good as anybody coming in on the ball. I mean, there's not a whole lot he can't do with the glove. Great range, but I mean, coming in, long, lanky arms, and he could put something on it from down around the shoe tops when he finally gets rid of the throw.
Austin Slater got an infield hit his first time. In the National League, Joe Paddock, the Gold Glover for last year. D. Gordon the year before that, and then DJ LeMahieu in 2014. Brandon Phillips, Darwin Barney. Prior to that, 1 ball, 1 strike. The big curveball there for the swinging strike. We'll see Brandon Phillips next week. He's now the 2nd baseman for the Atlanta Braves. A harder breaking ball there, 80 miles an hour, 2-1 the count.
Yeah, Hoffman thinks he's not going to swing and hit 1 curveball. I'm going to throw him another one.
Matt Moore is out on deck. Three and one. Rockies have 8 runs in the first 3 innings, and they have not hit a home run in this game. Fastball, 3-2.
Man, that's how you take away a 3-1 disadvantage if you're a pitcher. I mean, that's a hitter's count. He's looking fastball. Well, you put that type of velocity and location on it, you can take away that advantage. That's a good pitch.
3-2 to Slater. Base hit to right. Well, he's 2 for 2.
That is a confident hitter right now. And we say it on a daily basis. What a great approach to right field. I mean, it's what is going to allow him to stay at this level and play here for a while, a long time. It's what you have. You have to have the ability to use the whole field. Stays inside the ball very well. Just slashes right across the letters. That's just to get into the strike. Hoffman's got a 7-1 lead. Doesn't want to walk anybody. Still a good job of defending the strike zone for Slater.
And Aaron Hill is up as the pinch hitter for Matt Moore. Contos back up in the bullpen by the Christmas trees. Way outside, a nice save there by Murphy. Keeping the runner at first, keeping the double play in order. So Matt Moore is finished 3 innings, 8 runs allowed. If he never has to pitch here again, that may be too soon. Moore had given up 11 runs and 19 hits in his 2 previous starts against the Rockies this year. So it's not just here that they get him.
Well, this ballpark never favors a fly ball pitcher. And Matt Moore is a fly ball pitcher, but he's got the curveball, and with his fastball, he's got more than enough tools to do well here. He just has to figure out the puzzle.
He gave up 6 runs, 9 hits here in 4 innings back in April. That curveball got away from Hoffman. Hill ducking under it.
I think sinkers and sliders suffer more than curveballs and high fastballs. And yeah, okay, high flat fastballs, you do hit fly balls, and this is not a good place to hit fly balls because it has such great carry in this ballpark. But still, I mean, he had 7 strikeouts tonight, and they were 7 swing and miss strike threes. So it's not like he was out there naked with bad stuff. He just needs to figure this place out and give it enough opportunities. I think he will.
That's hit very hard, but foul. Down the left field line, 2-2. Well, in his 3 starts as a Giant in this ballpark, going back to last September, he's pitched a grand total of 9 2/3 innings, and the Rockies have scored 20 runs against him. 20 runs in 9 2/3 innings. 25 hits.
You know, every ballpark's a puzzle. It has its own idiosyncrasies that you have to learn. He'll learn them. It's a great pitch right there. Had a pitch on a 2-2 count to go out of the strike zone with movement. That's exactly what he did. He brought high velocity on the inside corner. Watch the movement just subtly leak into Hill. And Murphy frames this thing in. I mean, a lot of umpires bite on that frame job. That's the big leagues right there.
Three and two with 1 out. And a walk.
Good at bat.
So the Giants down by 7 runs, get a free base runner.
Well, and it really is time for them to put up a crooked number. I mean, this is Coors Field. You're down 7 runs. I mean, you got to make a move here offensively. It's the 3rd time that they're going to be seeing Hoffman, so they know what he has. They know what his fastball does, what the movement's all about, what his breaking ball is all about, what he throws. In certain counts, they can create 1-pitch opportunities here. Look for a pitch and hopefully do some damage. But they need to put some runs up. They need to make themselves believe that they can come back in this game.
Span has struck out, and he was robbed of a 2-run single by Story his last time. He had a little flare that looked like a sure base hit into left field with 2 down.
Well, a 3-1 score, and that would have scored 2 to tie it up. That's just a brilliant play. I mean, that doesn't get any better than that. That is pure. I mean, he lays completely out into a low backhander, completely knocked every ounce of wind that he had in his body completely out of it. Beautiful play.
Slater at second, Hill at first, 1 out. And the changeup is low. Nunez on deck. 3-0 the count to Denard Span.
And Hoffman right now is digging a little hole.
There's Nunez on his birthday on deck.
This is take a pitch situation all the way. With Denard Span, who's not afraid of the 2-strike count, he may take 2 pitches.
There's
Guys,
one.
if the pitcher's going to dig a hole, let him dig it. And that is the strength of a leadoff hitter like Span, who can be patient. 2 straight counts don't scare him.
Hoffman going to a 3-ball count to the 3rd consecutive hitter. He walked the previous hitter, Hill. 3-1 the count. It's foul. It's 3-2. The Rockies get the bullpen up. Scott Oberg, number 45.
And I think the pitch count is what is the concern of Bud Black, the skipper of the Rockies.
It's 76 pitches, and we're only in the 4th inning with 1 out.
Been a lot of stretch time tonight for both pitchers.
Panic at second, Hill at first with 1 out. Denard Span, as always, makes the pitcher wait. 3-2. Keeps it 3-2. And the pitch count goes higher for Jeff Hoffman. I mean, he's a prize young pitcher. Bruce Bochy was talking about the scouting reports and everything that they've seen of the other young Rockies pitchers this year, like Senzatella, Freeland, among others. And everybody seems to be in agreement that so far the guy who looks the best of all those young guys is the guy on the mound tonight, Hoffman. Three and 2. 3 balls, 2 strikes. And a fairly easy fly ball for Tapia. Tapia overthrew his cutoff man all the way over to third.
He's got a good arm. He's a kid. He likes to show it off.
So he comes back to get Span. That was a big one. He had a 3-0 count at one point.
I know one thing, just watching that throw from Tapia, if that bat ever goes south, he could put a toe plate on and be a pitcher in a heartbeat. From the left side. Now let's take a look at the throw. It's a good arm.
That's could have been one of those 95-mile-an-hour one-hoppers right to third.
Yeah, at least.
Here's Nunez. He's grounded to short, flied out deep to right. 2 down. In the dirt, and another excellent save there by Murphy. Giants have 5 hits in the game, and they have received 3 walks, so they've put 8 men on base in these first 4 innings, but they have only 1 run to show for it. Off the end of the bat, easy play out there for Blackman. The Giants have stranded 7 base runners in the last 3 innings. Ian Desmond coming up. By your Northern California Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Why not? I'm sure it would be a pleasure. 8-1 Colorado leading the Giants. The Giants go to their bullpen now. And there is George Cantos into the game.
29th time that George Cantos has come into a game for Bruce Bochy this first half. 0-2 with a 3.64 ERA, 32 strikeouts in 29 2/3. He's been racking up a lot of strikeouts lately, and one of the reasons is his cut fastball. He's really kind of perfected that pitch. It's become a good one for him. Meanwhile, on top of the flagpole or out in left field, little red-tail hawk. Lots of good food in the ballpark if you're a hawk.
What do hawks eat?
Rats.
Gophers. Ian Desmond has singled and doubled. He's 2 for 2. And the count is 0-2 now. Matt Moore went 3 innings, allowed 8 runs, 11 hits. He did not allow any home runs the last time when he pitched here in April, and the Rockies knocked him out early. He gave up 3 home runs in that game. That is the strikeout. That's a really tight, hard breaking ball.
Well, you need help with a consumer problem? Contact NBC Bay Area Responds. Just 1 year consumer investigator Chris Kimura has recovered more than $750,000 for people like you. Call 1-888-996-TIPS or visit NBCBayArea.com/response.
Giants fans in attendance. I don't want to say enjoying themselves, although it can be fun to be at a ballpark one way or the other. There's a called strike to Trevor Story, who was flied out to right and struck out, but also made the defensive play of the night to allow the Rockies keep a stranglehold on this one.
That's what George Cantos wanted. He's got even year fever.
So the Warriors are in the odd year thing.
Well, I think
They
that's very cool.
2017, and they won it in 2015. They also have this every year thing going on in terms of getting to the finals. And so does Cleveland.
Well, I don't think those two teams are done getting to the finals. That was fun to watch. What a team they are. Wow.
Right back to Cantos. Dealt with the put out. So 2 men gone. The thing was, Cleveland, they lost in 5 games. You could not say Cleveland did not play well. They played great.
They did play great. They're a great team.
And game 4 may have been about as great a game as any team would be capable of playing.
They shot 61%.
They scored 86 points in the first half.
What's up with that?
Here is Raimel Tapia, who is 1 for 2. He got an RBI single in the 2nd inning. Ball 1 from George Cantos. 8 runs, 11 hits for the Rockies. 1 run, 5 hits, and 2 errors for the Giants. Last of the 4th inning. Cantos trying to restore some order to the proceedings because there have been a lot of base runners. The Giants with only the 1 run, and yet they've put 8 men on base in just the last 3 innings against Hoffman. Rockies put 14 men on base against Matt Moore in 3 innings. Toward the left field corner. Slater on the run. He's got it in fair ground. That's a long run, and he caught up to it. Belt, Posey, Pence coming up. Smart Choice is brought to you by your California Ford dealers. Ford cars, trucks, and SUVs are California smart. April the 9th, 5 years ago at Coors Field, it was the opening day game for the Rockies. Barry Zito pitched a complete game, a shutout with no walks. The only Giants pitcher to pitch a shutout in the history of Coors Field. The Giants had just been swept in their first 3 games in Arizona, their top 3 pitchers, and then they come here and it's like, oh no, Coors Field, not the place to go to get well. And they got well.
They got well.
That was one of the great games Barry Zito pitched as a Giant. Not the biggest one, but for that place at that time in that season, it was absolutely huge for the Giants. As Belt hits a lazy fly ball to left, an easy out, 1 away, and Buster Posey will come up.
Well, I mean, you look at why he was successful that day. He had a great curveball. I mean, you know, Zito was not a sinker slider guy. He was a high fastball guy, a changeup, but a big curveball guy. And curveballs, they do better at the high altitude than sliders do.
Here's Buster Posey, is grounded out to third, and he doubled off the center field wall in the 3rd inning. A ball, it was a double, it was almost a home run, and it was almost a catch by Blackman. 1-1 to Buster. Hoffman, 80 pitches coming into this inning, but Belt a quick out, 2-pitch out, and it's 0-1 to Buster. 0-2.
But I say that about the curveball and the slider because I had curveball and a slider, and when I pitched in Denver, and back then it was in the American Association, it was a AAA team. The curveball worked. The slider just didn't do much. It just, you know, it didn't have time to break. There wasn't enough humidity in the air for the slider to break or the sinker to sink. But the curveball, it was okay.
That's a foul out of play. 0-2 the count.
And the other pitch too, a changeup is such a great pitch because whatever fastball you have that day, whatever speed you put in the mind of a hitter, if you have a good changeup, you throw it with the same arm action as a fastball, but yet it's not as fast, and it's designed to upset the hitter's timing and get him off his back leg. That's always going to be a good pitch at high altitude as well.
The curve stays off the inside. The Buster 1-2, and Hoffman tonight, he's thrown a lot of curveballs here.
And I think that's their philosophy now. I think they go after guys that have curveballs more so than guys who are sinker slider guys. Was it originally they thought you need to load up the staff with sinker ballers, keep the ball out of the air? Or what they've learned over the years is that's not the case. And if you look at this staff they've assembled here, they've got a lot of really good curveballs on this Rocky staff.
2-2 to Buster Posey. 1 out, bases empty. Hunter Pence on deck. The Giants are behind 8-1 in the 5th. That stays foul back behind the plate.
But that's why I think Matt Moore will figure this place out, because he's got a good fastball. Obvious as to the 7 strikeouts he had tonight, all swing and miss strike threes, most of them on the fastball. And he's got a curveball and a changeup combination. I mean, those are 3 good weapons in this ballpark.
But is it in his head?
Yeah,
this part?
It absolutely can be. But you can grow out of that.
Popped up. LeMahieu. And I think he lost it. He doesn't see it, and it drops. LeMahieu eased out like no problem. Then all of a sudden he put his hands up in the air as if to say, anybody help?
Well, it's that time of night. The lights aren't working. It's dusk. I mean, he simply lost it, and you cannot catch what you don't see. Right here. Well, hell, help. That's the I need help international hand signal.
Here is Hunter Pence, who has walked and singled. Get credit for a single.
They need a bolt of lightning right here.
Curveball in the dirt, blocked by Murphy, the catcher. We've seen Pence do some serious damage in this ballpark many times. Back with the curveball, this for a strike.
That's a good 1-0 curveball right there.
Giants have 6 hits in the game, but 5 of them singles. They've drawn 3 walks. Crawford on deck, 1 out. Posey at first. Strike 2 call.
Now, and Hoffman's pitching to stay in this game. He had a 1-2-3 first inning, and then after that, it's been in the stretch. A lot of stretch time in every inning. And the pitch count at 92. I mean, Bud Black, I mean, he'd love to get this kid through 5 innings so he can qualify for a win, but he's not going to expose him to anything that might injure his arm.
Back to the curveball, 2-2.
And that is definitely something you are aware of if you're Hoffman.
That's 93 pitches, as you see there. He had the 133 pitch inning in the second.
If you watch Pence, or if Pence gets a base hit here, it may be it.
Pence, emergency swing there, and he stays alive.
That's world class right there. That's as good emergency swing as you're going to see. Well, it looks like Oberg has stopped throwing, so he's had 2 humps out there in the bullpen. He's good to go. And they may have told him if he gets on, you're in, which is why he stopped throwing.
And another foul ball out of play, back into the second deck. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Pence.
When you have a 24-year-old like Hoffman who's got a great arm, I mean, those are the things that really make a pitching coach and a manager cringe, when they're trying to get him through a 5th inning, and all of a sudden every foul ball runs the pitch count up, and it's grinding on him.
The curveball struck him out looking.
Second strikeout for Hoffman, and this is as good a curveball as he could throw. And it buys him 1 more hitter. Absolutely buckles Hunter Pence. And it crashes right across the inside corner. And watch the reaction from Hoffman.
Two down, Brandon Crawford. Pitch number 97 for Hoffman. Tonight upcoming. Ball 1. Crawford is fouled out to third and flied out in the right center. His batting average down to 242 right now. 8-1 Colorado in front of the Giants in the 5th inning. Posey at first. And a foul out of play. A ball and a strike. Now, some people will say, well, wins don't mean anything for a pitcher's record now. But I still haven't met a pitcher that agrees with that.
I don't agree with that.
Maybe a pitcher with a good earned run average doesn't have many wins. I'd say that's a good point. And it's 2-1. The Hoffman, this is his 5th big league start. They brought him up to make a start. He pitched one time out of the bullpen when they first brought him up. And he is tonight making his 5th start in a row. He won all 4 of the starts before tonight. He's won every game that he's started. Right past him up the middle, base hit. Posey will stop at second. And Joe Panic will come up.
Pitch 100 for Hoffman. You have to remember too, Bud Black was a starting pitcher. He knows how important that 5th inning is, and the 5th inning is different than other innings. It's not as weird as the 9th inning, but the 5th inning can be weird for a young pitcher, especially with a 7-run lead. So it's an inning you have to learn how to pitch.
So he's young, he's strong, but he's 100 pitches. It's only the 5th inning.
Right.
I mean, he may be on fumes right now.
Well, he's had 4 consecutive innings where he's been in the stretch a lot. And he's stranded 3 in the 2nd, 2 in the 3rd, 2 in the 4th. He's got 2 on base here. So this has been a stressful start for him.
Giants have put 10 men on base in these last 4 innings. Panic has had a single that was in the 2nd inning, and he has grounded out to second. Posey at second, Crawford at first. And he chased a changeup. .86 miles an hour. So he started him with a curve for strike 1 and the changeup, a swinging strike 2, and they're throwing again in the Colorado bullpen. Fastball hit well to left center, but right there is Desmond, and he's got his 5th inning in the books. At 103 pitches, we probably have seen him throw his final pitch of the night. 8-1 Colorado. Coffee now offering limited edition Giants Clubhouse blend at your local pizza and grocery locations. Pick up yours today. Late September 1996 here at Coors Field, Barry Bonds got his 40th steal of the year, and then became the 2nd player in Major League history to have 40 homers and 40 steals in the same season. Jose Canseco was the first back in 1988. Barry ended up with 42 homers and That was his final steal of the season.
But he didn't really let the Colorado people know he was going to take the base. They were scrambling to find another second base.
Well, there's stealing a bag, and then there's literally stealing the base. He stole it in a baseball sense, and he just stole it. Here is Cantos. But that's pretty common, though, right? You do something, this historic stolen base like that, you get to keep the base.
Yeah. If I was Bonds, I'd have done the same thing. The only thing is, once you steal a base like that, where do you put it?
0-2 the count. Alexi Amarista is on deck with Hoffman, the pitcher, due up next. Murphy, the 8th base hitter, has been walked automatically and has also flied out to left. There's Amarista. Did he swing? Yes. Gary Cederstrom on the appeal says that's a swing, and that's the second strikeout for Cantos, who's retired 4 in a row. George is looking pretty good here.
Breaking ball, and when you're Murphy, this is his first game since being activated off the DL. You haven't seen a lot of big league breaking balls, and you can look just like that.
Officially, Hoffman is out of the game now as Amarista comes in. Remember Amarista with the San Diego Padres? It seemed like we saw him hit more than 1 home run against the Giants. He's not a very big guy, but he's got some pop. Brandon Belt waves off Cantos, and there's a 1-pitch out, 2 down. Amarista came into this game hitting .325 for the Rockies. He's been great off the bench.
Well, check out MLB.TV Premium. It's back and better than ever. Plus, you get a free subscription to At Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details.
We could not exist without our MLB At Bat app.
We absolutely could not. We're on that thing hard every day.
2 down, nobody on. Leadoff man Charlie Blackmon. This is the part of the order that just destroyed Matt Moore. Blackmon, 2 hits and a walk, scored 3. LeMahieu on deck, 3 for 3 with 2 scored, 2 batted in. Arenado hitting 3rd, 2 for 3, 2 doubles, 3 batted in. A soaring drive down the right field line toward the corner. It is foul. And Pence caught it. He disappeared from our view, but he caught it. So Hunter Pence, a long run, and he got to it.
What a great play.
On to the 6th. Austin Slater coming up for the Giants.
To focus on left-hander Andrew Suarez, a 2015 second-round pick out of the University of Miami. The 6'2", 205-pound, 24-year-old was dealing down in Richmond. 11 starts, he had a 2.96 ERA, 67 innings, a 4-4 record, 55 strikeouts against 15 walks, and he has been promoted to Sacramento. That happened on Tuesday, and that's our Xfinity Future Focus. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV with the most complete way to access your entertainment. Xfinity, the future of awesome.
There is Scott Oberg in from the Colorado bullpen in relief of Jeff Hoffman. Austin Slater leads off against him. Slater was 2 for 2 against Hoffman, including an infield single. Fastball right through there at 96 miles an hour.
Well, you're going to see some big-time fastballs from Scott Oberg. He's got a good fastball that averages in the high 90s. He's also got a hard slider and a changeup, but he's got some giddy-up on the fastball.
There's the slider, and it's in the dirt. 1 ball, 1 strike. The pitcher, Contos, would be due next, but Kelby Tomlinson has come out on deck for the Giants. 2 perfect innings for George Contos. He threw only 16 pitches to get 6 straight hitters out. Right up the middle, base hit. That ball was hit hard. Slater is 3 for 3.
And you have to remember too that Slater's seeing these guys for the first time, and that's one huge disadvantage for a rookie. Look, I know the pitchers don't know you yet either, but still, you're talking about velocity that you're seeing and the type of breaking balls you see at the big league level. I mean, that's a lot of unknown for a hitter, and unknown usually can lead to an offer. Boy, one thing we've learned about Slater is that you make a mistake up, he's going to make you pay. Good high ball hitter.
Kelby Tomlinson now. Could be a double play ball, not hit hard though. 1 and double play. LeMahieu to Story to Reynolds.
Well, the only way they get this double play is because of the perfect feed from LeMahieu. And that's the thing about LeMahieu that really stands out. He's a tall guy with long arms, and he's got really quick hands. And look at the feed right up at the chest. And Story, he's got a really strong arm. He couldn't have asked for a better feed. Perfect. And a chance to show off his arm, and they get the pair. It's hard to double up Kelby Tomlinson.
He is fast. 2 down, nobody on Denard Span. Span is 0 for 3. Struck out in the first. One of those outs was a backbreaker for the Giants. Bases loaded, 2 down in the second. Looked like he had a bloop single in the left. Trevor Story made a diving catch. Didn't seem possible, but he caught it. Inning was over. Oberg, inning over again here in the 6th. 0 for 4 night for Span. Corey Garrett will be coming in last of the 6th. Visit Tri-Valley. Play and stay on the sunny side of the bay. Tri-Valley. The fountain out there in center field. They created a man-made high mountain little river and waterfall.
I love that thing. I mean, it does give you the feeling that you are the Rockies. I mean, it does. Plus now they've got ivy that has almost completely covered the green monster. Very cool. The Christmas tree lot of Coors Field.
It is. I always wanted to come back here at the holidays and pick out a tree and tie it to the roof and drive it home.
Those things are big now.
Base hit. First ball swinging LeMahieu, and he is now 4 for 4. That ball was hit hard, and Pence just did get over to cut it off.
That really gives you an idea of just how quickly the ball gets on outfielders. Is that your favorite tree right there?
You think that would fit on the roof of my my Toyota Prius?
100%.
That's like that's the size that the Chevy Chase brought home from for what was it, the Christmas vacation?
That's about twice the size of your Prius.
Here is Nolan Arenado. Corey Guerin, the Giants' third pitcher of the game.
Let's put it this way: it'd be easier to get it on your Prius than it would be to get it through the door of your house. But
Well,
we remember when those things were planted, they were like regular Christmas trees. I mean, they're like 6-footers. Now look at them.
I think there's probably should stay out of there. Probably bears and elk and
Oh, no doubt. Moose.
Arenado's hit 2 doubles tonight. Knocked in 3 runs. He's 2 for 3. The top 3 hitters in the lineup: Blackman, LeMahieu, Arenado. The combined numbers for them tonight: 9 hits and 11 at bats, with 5 RBIs and 7 runs scored. That's so far. It's the 6th time in his career that LeMahieu has had 4 hits in a game. He's got 4 hits. It's only the 6th inning. Right center field. That ball is really hit. One hop to the wall. Arenado's going to get his 3rd double of the game, and LeMahieu is going to beat the throw home by Crawford easily. That's the 4th RBI for Arenado tonight. 3 doubles in 4 at bats for him. 9-1 Rockies. That is the 24th double of the year for Arenado. So Odubel Herrera of Philadelphia was leading the league with 23 at the start of the day. Arenado, depending on what Odubel did, could be leading the league in doubles now, as Mark Reynolds takes ball 1. Odubel Herrera went hitless against the Red Sox. Red Sox lost to the Phillies 1-0. Quite a game. Chris Sale, the Red Sox ace left-hander, went 8 innings, gave up 1 run and 4 hits with 10 strikeouts, and lost. Back to the screen. That's a pretty good win for the young fighting Phils.
Yeah, it is. Tell you what, though, I mean, it's not that many 1-0 ball games in Philadelphia. That's a live ballpark. That's a hitter's field.
Shut out the Red Sox. One of the others, the score on the hand-operated scoreboard here at Coors. Reynolds 1 for 3 in the game with an RBI. And it's 1-2. But the Red Sox are one of the best hitting teams in the American League. Of course, they didn't have their DH tonight. Maybe that was it. They can't score unless they have the DH in the lineup. Actually, they had one extra base hit in the game. A double.
Who got it?
Chris Sale.
There you go.
The pitcher who never bats.
He could hit.
And that's all for Reynolds. First out here in the 6th inning.
So Odubel didn't get a double?
0 for 4.
I think a guy named Odubel should lead the league in doubles.
Should change his name.
He could be O-double.
No, he pronounces it O-double. O-double Herrera. Here is Ian Desmond. He's had a single and a double. 2 for 3, or a double.
Well, we've come to that point.
9-1. The Rockies lead the Giants, and a foul out of play. Dusty Baker's birthday today, by the way. The manager of the Washington Nationals, one of the former teams now of Ian Desmond. He was a Texas Ranger last year. The Nationals defeated the Mets 8-3 in New York.
Well, that's a good birthday present for Dusty.
And Dusty's son, Darren, was drafted in the MLB draft yesterday. 27th round draft choice of
the Washington Nationals.
Yes.
So congratulations. He was committed to go to Cal and play baseball, so I don't know if he'll sign. I wouldn't be surprised if he went to college.
Runner at second, Arenado, a run in. 9-1 Rockies. And it's 1-2.
I mean, a 29th pick, you're not going to get that big of a bonus. Get a cup of coffee, but if you have a chance to play in the Pac-12, come on. You got to get after it.
Well, there have been a lot of players who didn't sign as a lower draft choice who all of a sudden blossomed when they were in college and became much higher draft choices after. Not that we're trying to offer him any advice as to what he should do. 2-2 the count. Did you get drafted out of high school?
I did. I got drafted, I think, 32nd round by the Angels as a catcher, pitcher catcher. I wouldn't even have never pitched before, and I got drafted as a pitcher catcher. I thought it was a mistake.
That's the way they drafted you?
Yeah.
That you should have been drafted as a catcher.
Well, yeah, I was a catcher.
And that is all for Desmond. 2 straight strikeouts here for Guerin.
That's a good slider right there. That's as good as he got.
Trevor Story comes up now. Now in the middle of the Rockies having 9 runs and 13 hits. Here comes Trevor Story, who has gone 0 for 3. Has not even reached base in this game. LeMahieu led off the inning with a single, and then Arenado promptly doubled him home. Arenado 3 doubles in this game. That's the first time in his career he's had 3 doubles in the same game. Of course, I kind of take that with a grain of salt. I have a feeling he's probably had 2 doubles and a homer in a game, or 2 doubles and 2 homers in a game.
Oh yeah, convinced.
Arenado, who's had consecutive seasons with 40+ home runs. Ball and a strike down to Story. The Giants will have Nunez, Belt, and Posey in that order, due up in the 7th inning. That's out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Giants, they got here at a reasonable hour last night. The Rockies, meanwhile, played a night game in Pittsburgh last night. Started after 7 o'clock Pittsburgh time. Played 3 hours and 19 minutes. So what time did they get? They didn't land until probably 2 o'clock in the morning Denver time.
Yeah, they probably get to bed till at least 3.
They did not look any worse for the wear. Right away in the first inning, they're getting base hits. They scored 3 in the first and 4 in the second.
But you know, that's the beauty of being in Denver. I mean, it does shave 2 hours off of your road home if you're on the East Coast going west. I mean, they're the farthest east of any team in the National League West. It is going to be an issue when the Giants come home this Thursday, the last day of this road trip. They have a 7:35 game in Atlanta, then they have to travel all the way home, and they'll be getting into the wee hour of the morning back to San Francisco. That's provided it's a normal game, no rain delays or extra innings. And that will all change next year.
So that's been as part of the collective bargaining agreement.
And it really is a lot to ask of a team. Giants players are upset that the Braves would not accommodate them and give them a day game because they had to travel back to San Francisco and play the next day.
Two and two, and he struck him out. So after allowing a run, he then strikes out 3 in a row. Nunez, Belt, Posey coming up. It is 9-1. The Rockies leading the Giants as we go to the 7th inning. They have gone out and dragged the infield, the grounds crew, trying to smooth it out a little bit as we begin the final third of the game. Eduardo Nunez, not a happy birthday for him so far. His team's getting clobbered, and he's gone 0 for 3. Facing Scott Oberg here, and that's a called strike. He has grounded a short, flied out deep to right, and flied out to center. 9 runs, 13 hits for the Rockies, 1 run, 8 hits for the Giants. Brandon Belt is on deck. Check swing, did he go? Yes. Gary Cederstrom was asked and answered yes. Very softly hit. Story not in time.
No chance.
And is he limping?
Looked like he had a little bit of a limp. I mean, with his hamstring history, I mean, you always hold your breath when he's legging out an infield hit, especially in dry weather like you have here in Denver. Another infield hit for Nunez. I mean, he gets down that line as quick as any right-handed hitter in the National League. I mean, he could fly.
And Aguasil signaling to the dugout. And now I don't think he's going to be able to continue. Dave Grester is going to go out. The Giants are a little short on infielders. They only have Gorkys Hernandez, an outfielder, and the backup catcher Nick Hundley still on the bench.
This is a concern. He knew he had to hurry. I mean, he does get the hit. And as he's coming across the bag, it starts to bite on him. And you can see the grimace. He's out. He's coming out of the game.
And
Giants have 2 extra men on the bench, Nick Hundley and Gorkys Hernandez, as you said. So it's really kind of up in the air as to who's going to play third base. I would imagine it's going to be Austin Slater.
And Slater may have played some infield in the past. Buster Posey's played the infield. He was an infielder into college before he became a catcher. Well, the real question here is he, how badly did he strain that hamstring, and is he going to miss more time than just the rest of this game?
Well as he was swinging the bat, that hurts.
Brandon Belt, who's 0 for 3 tonight. Talking with Hensley Mullins and Bruce Bochy. Belt chased that one. Looked like a changeup, 89 miles an hour.
When you leave the dugout to go back to the clubhouse, you got to walk down a bunch of stairs and you got to walk up a bunch of stairs. And if you've got a tender hamstring, it's not an easy walk.
And Brandon Belt called out on strikes.
That's not a pitch where he was surprised. That's just a pitch he thought was high.
Buster Posey 2 for 3. He hit a double off the center field wall in the 3rd inning, and he hit a pop-up his last time that was lost by DJ LeMahieu. He just lost it in the twilight at the time, and it fell. So Posey now hitting .353. Giants have 9 hits in the game, but just 1 run. Gorkys Hernandez, the pinch runner at first. 1 out. 40,747, the paid crowd at Coors Field this evening. And they've got a wave going.
Well, they're working on it. I'll never forget when the wave came into baseball. I think it was 1984 when the Tigers had such a great year.
Tiger Stadium. And it may have been in other sports. Crazy George, professional cheerleader, used to do it at football games and soccer matches and whatnot. Buster hits a high fly ball, left center field, way back there, still going. Adios, pelota. So Buster Posey with a long home run, far to the right of the 390 marker and well up into those bleachers. And Posey's 3rd hit of the night is his 9th home run.
He's got 3 legs on the cycle. Although it looks like he may have a little bit of a gimp going too.
Look at that. I don't want to see that.
No, I don't want to see that. But I don't think we're going to see a triple out of him.
Hunter Pence now. That's the first home run in this game. Rockies with 9 runs without hitting a home run. The trainers are all over Buster Posey down there.
Really a little off balance in his swing. Yep.
Oh boy. Look at that. That does not look good.
As he's coming out of the box, he's not comfortable at all. I mean, usually get a better look on a guy's face when he hits one out of the ballpark. That was pain.
So the Giants, somebody is going to have to play third base who is not ordinarily a third baseman or even a utility player who can play third base, and the backup catcher is going to have to come in, and the Giants have no other non-pitchers on the bench after that. LeMahieu throws out Hunter Pence, who raced up the line.
Watch from the side. I don't know if that's back spasm. I don't know if it's if he's uncomfortable in his knee or his ankle. It looked like he was favoring his left leg when he was walking down the stairs. Wow.
Crawford, fair ball down the left field line. Desmond plays the carom. So Brandon's got a double. That's his second straight hit.
One more time, Buster Posey. I mean, he had a grimace going through the swing, even on contact point. So he may have been feeling something going into the at-bat. Anthony Reyes talking to the skipper. Anthony, one of the Giants trainers.
Mike Dunn, a left-hander, has gotten up in the Rockies bullpen, and here comes Buddy Blackout after that double by Crawford. Joe Panic, a lefty, coming up, and he's going to make the call for Dunn. Even with a 9-3 lead at Coors Field, you don't want to let a team have any thought of getting back into a game. Panic coming up. We'll be back. Giants 3. We're in the 7th inning. The Giants have 2 runs home, but they're down 2 players in this inning. It's a 2-run rally that has come at a very high cost. It started with an infield hit by Nunez, who then had to leave the game. And then Buster Posey hit a 2-run homer, and it appears that he will have to leave the game. Although, as you see, Nick Hundley with the Joe Paddock coming up. Slater is on deck, then the pitcher spot, and Hundley's the last available non-pitcher in the Giants dugout. Pat Valleca now in at shortstop as Mike Dunn takes the mound. A double switch made by the Rockies.
And Dunn, 28 strikeouts in 21 innings. He's got good stuff. Good hard fastball, averages mid-90s. Hard curveball and a slider.
On 1.
And right out of bed comes at you with a curveball. Rockies have 3 lefties in their bullpen. It is the best bullpen they've ever had. And it's reflected in where they are in the standings. It's a big part of their success story this year is how good they've been in their bullpen.
They've got McGee has really had a great first part of the year, and a former closer, and Greg Holland, their new closer, has just had a monstrous first half. Got 23 saves already. Two and 1, and Dunn is part of that improvement, Mike, that you were talking about. Although he had a ragged period here recently and has given up 5 home runs in 21 innings. Base hit can mean a run for the Giants. Joe Paddock has had 1 hit, 1 for 3 in the game. Nope. Almost. That was a close one. 3 and 1. The Giants need base runners. Colorado bullpen is quiet. Way outside. He walks him. And the right-handed hitting Slater is coming up.
Hey, it's Coors Field. You never know. That's all you need to say about this place. Expect the unexpected, especially when you're talking about crooked numbers and putting up big innings.
Slater has had a 3-hit game, 3 for 3. And he's hitting .400 in his rookie season for the Giants. Tonight is his 10th major league game. 14 hits, 35 at bats. You got an infield hit in the 2nd, single to right in the 4th, single to center in the 6th. In the dirt on the inside. Patience is a virtue right now for the Giants, with Dunn not having his command at the moment.
Easy take there for Slater. And you run into one right now and make a 9-6 ball game, and all of a sudden it's game on, especially in the Giants dugout. Taking some hits down there. You want to bring some life into that dugout. 3-run homer.
You saw Nick Hundley, who's come out on deck with the pitcher due up next. 2-0. There's Josh Osich up in the Giants bullpen. Derek Law doing some stretching in the foreground there. Up the middle. LeMahieu gets it. The long throw to first. Out. What a play by LeMahieu.
The Giants are going to take a look at it. But if it stands, it's the 2nd time that the Rockies have absolutely robbed the Giants of a big inning with great defense. Ron Wotus, and he's out. What a play. You look for examples of why a guy's a Gold Glover. Look no further. And you can compliment Mark Reynolds at first base as well. That's a good dig on the backhand. That, folks, is the big leagues.
9-3 Colorado. As we go to the last of the 7th, Bruce Bochy's got some changes to make here. The 23rd of June to face the New York Mets. And on Sunday the 25th, the Giants will look back 50 years ago to the Summer of Love. The first 20,000 fans that day, Sunday the 25th, the 1:05 start, will receive a Summer of Love blanket presented by the DeYoung Museum. Tickets always available at sfgiants.com. The DeYoung has its own big Summer of Love exhibit, so you might want to stop by over there to check it out as well. Coors Field, and it has been a nightmare for the Giants here tonight as Josh Osich comes in. Matt Moore gave up 8 runs in the first 3 innings, and believe me, he didn't deserve a lot of those runs. I mean, there were bizarre things happening. Now 2 Giants went down with what looked to be injuries in the first half of this inning. Gorky Hernandez is now at left field, and Nick Hundley is behind the plate, and Austin Slater has moved from left field to third base. His major league debut as an infielder.
It's his professional debut as an infielder. He's never played 1 inning there. You talk about a fish out of water.
Raimel Tapia is the hitter. In the minor leagues, he did play some second base and a little bit of shortstop, but never third base. As much left field as center field, and also some right field.
Well, one good thing, it's a 9-3 ball game. I doubt if you're going to see anybody drag one on him.
And if somebody was liable to, it'd be Tapia. 3-0 the count. George Contos pitched 2 scoreless innings in relief of Moore, the 4th and the 5th, with 2 strikeouts. Guerin went 1 inning, allowed 1 run, 2 hits, and ended up striking out 3 in a row after the run scored. Now Osich is the 4th Giants pitcher of the night. Off his foot, the ball went into fair ground. Osich was hustling over to cover first base, but it's a foul ball. 3-2 the count now.
All right, got him in the right foot. Let's see where. Right on top of the foot. Guys with speed, like Dwayne Kuiper would say, you'd rather get hit in the head. And I laughed the first time I heard him say that. He looked at me and he gave me, "I'm serious" look.
That's out of play. Well, you hit in the big leagues. You played in the National League. You must have hit some balls off your foot.
I did, not many, but when you do,
it's pain from out of nowhere. I mean, you don't expect it. And it just lights up like a Christmas tree, especially if you hit it on the end of the toe. And I really don't know how guys can continue the at bat, to be honest, because once that happened to me, I was over it.
That ball is hit deep into left field. Gorkis Hernandez gets there.
Not a problem. It's nice to have a center fielder out in left field.
Now Tom Murphy, the catcher, will come up, the 8th place hitter. So again, Eduardo Nunez beat out an infield hit in the first half of this inning and started limping afterward. And we don't know what it was, although we know he's had problems with his hamstring in the past. Gorkis Hernandez went in to run for him. Then Buster Posey, talking about unexpected. He hit a 2-run homer and a long one into deep left center field. And Mike, it looked like not only was he limping around the bases and limped off the field after the home run, looked like the grimace started as he was swinging at the would-be home run.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to explain, and we're anxiously awaiting a report from the Giants clubhouse as to what was the cause for Posey to have to lead the ball game. And there's genuine concern. He's tough. I mean, you know, you don't ever see a whole lot of emotion. He just doesn't acknowledge injuries. For him to have to leave a ball game, that has to be significant.
One and two the count to Murphy, with Valleca on deck. Coors Field, Denver. Much higher altitude than any other ballpark in the majors. And now it's 2-2. And there are things that happen here that just don't happen. And we were talking about things in the game, but physically, there are precautions you have to take.
Yeah, it's hard on you. I mean, because of how dry it is. And that is one concern the trainers have always had coming into Denver, is pulled muscles.
Three and two.
You really have to hydrate. They're pounding electrolytes 7, 8, 9 days out of anticipating coming into Denver. See, there's some serious hydration going on up there at the rooftop too.
Those people know what it takes. They live here. 3-2. And in his first professional game as a third baseman, he gets a chance. Looks like he's been there his whole life.
His whole life. I'm impressed. Oh, this is the injury we were talking about with Buster Posey. I mean, rare that you see a guy hit a ball in the ballpark and then grimace leaving the batter's box. And about halfway around the home run trot, I mean, he really started to have a little bit of a limp going. And by the time he got back to the dugout and headed back in the clubhouse, it was a serious limp. I mean, if you're a Giants fan, I think you hope it's a back spasm, something that will go away and they'll wake up tomorrow and feel better and might even be able to play. But if it's an ankle tweak or a knee or a hip, you don't know.
Valleca 1-1. One ball, 2 strikes. Charlie Blackmon, the leadoff man, is on deck. Rockies ahead 9-3 over the Giants. Right now, I think the Giants would just like to get this game over with before anybody else goes down. If any one of the players on the field were to get hurt and not able to continue, a pitcher would have to go take the field here.
And believe me, they're talking about that right now.
Which pitcher?
Which starting pitcher? I mean, Samardzija would probably be the likely candidate, but he's pitching tomorrow. That may eliminate him. Cueto, Kane, now probably be tie block if they have to use him.
There's Samardzija, who starts here tomorrow. 5:40 Pacific time. First pitch tomorrow. He'll be up against the outstanding rookie Antonio Senzatella. That game will be televised on NBC Sports Bay Area with Mike and Dwayne. Pence. And that one just kept on going. But he caught it. 3 up, 3 down. 8th inning. Coming up. Nine to 3, the Rockies lead the Giants. We start the 8th inning. Nick Hundley, now the catcher, and he was slotted in the 9th spot in the batting order. When he came in, he was on deck, ready to pinch hit when Slater made the final out of the 7th inning. Mike Dunn still in there for the Rockies, and that's a called strike. Now, keep in mind, you got Span on deck, the leadoff hitter, then Gorkys Hernandez in the spot where Nunez had been, Belt in the 3rd spot, and then Buster Posey's spot. That's where the pitcher is hitting. Having run out of players, there were no double switch moves that Bruce Bochy could make. So when we get to Posey's spot in the order, a pitcher will have to hit. 0-2 the count to Nick Hundley.
Well, I mean, we were talking about things you never see. And it just seems like you come to Coors Field and you see a lot of those things you never see. But I guarantee all the starting pitchers down there went down and changed their shoes, got their spikes on. Usually when you're not pitching as a starter, you get your rubber shoes on. It's a night off. But in a game like tonight, where you've had a couple guys go down to injuries, hamstring injury for Nunez, ankle injury to Posey, it's all hands on deck. Remember, the Giants started the game with 4 extra men, and carrying an extra pitcher, a 13-man pitching staff, 8-man bullpen.
And that was Ty Block. He got his bat in hand. That's into right center field, hit pretty well. Still going, way back there. Goodbye, Nick Hundley to the opposite field, and it is 9-4 Colorado. Hundley, who played the last 2 seasons here and had maybe his best all-around season with the bat year before last, made himself right at home here tonight And for Hundley, his second Giants home run.
Dick Hundley said something interesting about Coors Field. We're talking about it in spring training. He says, you know, because it's so live to the right side of this field, I mean, you know, you would try to hit the ball there. He says it would keep you locked in with your swing. If you're ever pulling off the ball, I mean, you always try to get back to a good swing, thinking right field. Well, this ballpark will make you do that. And he just took advantage of the carry to the right side of this field. Nice at bat.
They increased the height of the outfield fence out there in that part of the ballpark. Base hit. Denard Span into right center. Tapia way over into the gap to cut that one off. And that's the first hit of the night for Denard Span. He's 1 for 5. Gorky Hernandez will come up, and then another lefty, Brandon Belt. You see that much higher fence out there. Charlie Blackmon was very unhappy when he found out what the plan was for that. But it doesn't take away doubles. There's a lot of doubles get hit off that fence, and it's still a fence that gets cleared all the time. So Steve Foster, the pitching coach, out. They made the fence in front of the bullpens as high as the right field wall where they have the out-of-town scoreboard. Here you see it.
Well, it helps. It does help. I mean, in my mind, they could make it about another 100 feet higher, and it would be fair.
Chad Qualls is now up in the Colorado bullpen, a right-hander. Gorky takes a curve for ball 1.
But when you first came here to Denver, when this team was in the American Association, they played at Mile High Stadium. They played the ballpark. Mile High, they had a left field section that was, I mean, it was originally configured to football. And then when they wanted to make it a multi-purpose stadium, they had a left field section that kind of rolled back. Well, we played there in 1976 when they were building it. So they still had left field, which was configured to a football stadium. So left field, I mean, you could break your bat in half and still hit it halfway up the bleachers in left field. It was incredibly offensive. And when the Rockies opened up in 1993, they opened up at Mile High Stadium. But back then, you could move the left side of the field back a little bit. Still, didn't help a whole lot. I mean, it was just a live ballpark.
Left field was, it was just tiny. There were plenty of broken bat home runs to left field.
Wow, it's crazy.
Valleca gets the force out at second on Denard Span. So Hernandez safe at first. Not hit very hard. So 1 out with a runner aboard. Another lefty, Brandon Belt, will come up. And the man who comes out on deck is Ty Block, Giants pitcher, in the cleanup spot. There he is.
I'll bet if you told him that he was going to hit cleanup for the Giants someday, that he would not have believed you. And tonight, he's going to get his chance.
Brandon Belt 0 for 4 in this game. Ball 1. Now, we got word from the clubhouse. Nunez, his left hamstring is a little tight. Posey has ankle soreness. And right now they're just saying that both will be evaluated on a day-to-day basis.
Look out.
Now maybe Buster Posey hit a foul ball off his ankle, or I don't remember one tonight. Could have been yesterday. We don't, because those things happen all the time.
He could have got a little stinger.
Yeah, a foul ball by a hitter.
Or you could have just, rotated wrong and had your weight on it in the wrong way, and you could have irritated the nerve and you got a little zing up your leg. I mean, that happens.
Well, hopefully it's nothing more serious than that. But we'll certainly know more by tomorrow. Well, that's a 4-pitch walk to Brandon Belt. And the Giants trailing 9-4, have 2 men on. And the cleanup spot in the lineup coming up. Ty Block is going to be the pinch hitter, and Buddy Black is going to bring in a right-hander, a veteran, Chad Qualls, from the bullpen. So Ty Blach, a native of this area, may have a lot of family and friends in the ballpark tonight. Will be coming up.
Johnson bring you the happy hour. We totally encourage you to watch. It's a fantastic show. You'll see it on NBC Sports Bay Area and NBCSportsBayArea.com. Also available to listen live and as a podcast on NBCSportsBayArea.com.
9-4 the score. The Rockies leading the Giants, and the Giants with 2 men on. And Buster Posey's spot would be up right here. But Buster, after hitting a 2-run homer in the 7th inning, had to leave the game with some problems with an ankle. Chad Qualls takes over the mound for the Rockies. So the Giants, who are out of players with both Posey and Nunez getting injured in the same inning, both having to be replaced, that cleared off the rest of their bench, and only pitchers remain on the bench. So Ty Blach, a Giants starting pitcher, is going to be the pinch hitter for Josh Osich.
Qualls a sinker slider guy, low 90s sink. Block up here is probably going to be a bunt situation.
So Jeremy Affeldt, if he was still pitching for the Giants and he had been in the game, they might let him hit for himself, because as he often had said, he was one of the best hitting pitchers the game had ever seen.
And he often would say that. Although I don't know many that listened.
The beleaguered skipper of the Giants, Bruce Bochy. So Blach with a count of 1 ball and no strikes. That's a base hit to center field, and he hit it hard. Coming in to score is Gorkys Hernandez, and it is 9-5. And Hunter Pence is coming up.
Listen, when you hit cleanup for the Giants, there's expectation. And Ty Blach, he just sort of sneered at the bunt sign, which he didn't get. Was allowed to swing away 1-0, and look at that. Hits a bullet up the middle. That's 4 hits coming out of that cleanup spot tonight. 3 from Posey, 1 from Blach. I think that's a note that we should write down for future reference. Just a here, hit me fastball, and that's exactly what he does. That's a bullet. Palika had no chance.
Pence, right center, and caught by Blackman.
Hit right on the screws. You don't see Hunter Pence have a lot of emotion, and that one made him shake his head a bit.
It was as if Blackman was playing him for that kind of a placement.
Difference in this ball game tonight has been the Rockies defense. I mean, they've come up with 3 great plays that have denied big innings for the Giants.
The Rockies look like they may be stalling for time here. You've got the left-handed hitting Crawford coming up, and the Rockies have a left-hander up in the bullpen, Jake McGee.
And here comes Bud Black.
They were stalling for time. Well, if you're Bud Black, this wasn't supposed to happen.
Looks like he's got a limp going. What the heck's going on down there tonight?
I think this last 2 innings with his bullpen springing leaks has caused an injury in Bud Black. So Jake McGee will be coming in. Although he doesn't seem to know about it, he's still throwing out there. We'll be back. Tomorrow afternoon at 4:30 for Giants pregame live before game 2 of this series. A 5:40 first pitch. We'll be back with you on NBC Bay Area and the Giants television network next Friday night, a week from Friday, June 23rd at 7 from AT&T Park for the Giants and the Mets, the beginning of the upcoming homestand. I'm John Miller with Mike Krukow tonight on NBC Bay Area and the Giants television network. Dwayne Kuiper and Dave Fleming over on the KNBR radio side. And the Giants beleaguered, battered, and tonight 2 of their key players, 2 of their hottest hitters, the 2 hottest hitters, both getting injured as they got hits in the 7th inning. And now we're sort of a theme of things you've never seen before that often happen at Coors Field. The Giants having to use a pitcher, Ty Blach, to pinch hit in the cleanup spot, and he ripped a base hit to center field to knock in a run. Don't see that very often.
No, you do not. So now the ball is given to Jake McGee, who has really been solid down in that Rockies bullpen. Just 22 base runners in 27 innings, and he has struck out 33 against 6 walks. It's a hard thrower. He's a fastball slider guy, but his fastball, he can get up there mid to high 90s. It's healthy.
2 men on, 2 men out. And it's 0-1. Brandon Crawford has a single and a double in his last 2 at bats. Rockies, who were leading 9-1 into the 7th inning. And they may have been hoping that they wouldn't have to use their top late inning setup men tonight. Nine to 5, Colorado. 2 men on. 95 miles an hour out of the strike zone. Brandon's had 1 hit, 5 career at bats versus McGee. And there is Joe Panik on deck. Giants need 1 more base runner to send the possible tying run of the game to the plate. Belt at second, Block at first. Dug out of the dirt, 2-1. McGee, when they first got him last year, the idea was for him to be the closer. And when last season started, that was his role, but he did not stay in the role the whole year. And he's bounced back this year in a big way. 33 strikeouts, 6 walks.
Yeah, he's got closer stuff.
Back to the screen.
And the other thing too about him, he believes in it. He comes right at you.
Well, 2 years ago with the Tampa Bay Rays, he had great numbers, some of the best numbers of any late inning reliever in the American League. That's why the Rockies were anxious to bring him over. Brandon Crawford trying to keep the Giants going here. 2 runs have scored in the inning. That is hit well. Deep left field. Way back there. Adios! Pelota! It's a 1-run game. The Giants battered but not beaten. Short-handed and rallying in the late innings at Coors Field. And the left-hander, and who's been better coming in the late innings in the league this year than McGee, could not get Crawford, not this time.
Well, and that's the swing they've been looking for. He's been in a little bit of a slump. His average has dipped. And when he's going good, he backspins balls to left field. That's exactly what he does here with McGee. McGee throws a fastball outer half and right into the strength. And look at the backspin, and that gives it carry. And in this ballpark, that is death. 9-8. And all of a sudden, you've got big-time life in that Giants dugout.
Joe Panic. And it's 0-1. That is only the second home run McGee has allowed this year. Joe Panic is a single and a walk in 4 plate appearances. 5th home run of the year for Brandon Crawford. And now it's 0-2. Crazy. The worse things got for the Giants, the better they got on the scoreboard here tonight.
I think Ty Block should catch tomorrow.
and he may have to.
And that 3-run homer from Crawford is the first 3-run home run that the Giants have hit this year.
Wow.
And what a time to do it.
Belt has a grand slam. They've hit some 2-run homers. A lot of solos. The first 3-run shot.
Giants were down this game 9-1.
Into the 7th inning. 9-1. And in the 7th inning, they lost both Nunez and Posey. They've scored 5 runs here in the 8th inning. And Panic hanging tough. And the bullpen will get busy for the Rockies once again. Adam Ottavino, the right-hander, starts to throw. This one has become very uncomfortably close for the Rockies, who had seemingly a laugher going just a little while ago. That is hit deep and fouled on the right field line, and plenty of distance to have been a home run.
Old Breakable had some hang time on it. And Joe Panic not fooled at all. Get up there in a 2-strike count, you're kind of in the protect mode. And he hits home runs in 2-strike counts. Not a lot of difference between his 0-2 and 2-0 swing. And he just got McGee's best fastball at 97.
And he's still alive. Austin Slater, the rookie, is on deck. So Ottavino, I guess, getting ready for him.
Pretty good battle going on right here, 0-2. McGee's into it. I mean, he's digging back deep in the golf bag to come up with extra velocity. And Joe Panik just keeps fighting off the fuzz.
He has hit 6 consecutive foul balls. This one will stay in the yard. Tapia, and the inning is over. The Giants get a leadoff homer from Hundley in the inning. That got it started, and then later, Brandon Crawford, a 3-run opposite field homer, and now it is a 1-run game as we go to the last of the 8th. Top of the order coming up for the Rockies. Enough. The Giants with 2 in the 7th and 5 in the 8th have made it a 1-run game at Coors Field. And now in for the bullpen, Brian Morris to try and hold the line here. The Rockies at the top of their order coming up tonight. The top 3 hitters, Blackmon, LeMahieu, and Arenado, have scored 8 of their 9 runs. Almost all of the Rockies offense all night has been produced by these top 3 hitters in the lineup. The Giants going with their backup catcher in there with Buster Posey having injured his ankle, and a third baseman who has never played the position before as a professional, Austin Slater, who's in only his 10th big league game, but he never played third base at any time in the minor leagues either. And the Giants, who have no more players left on the bench other than pitchers. And Ty Blach, there he is. He had to get the call as a pinch hitter for the cleanup spot in the lineup where Buster Posey began the game, and he banged out a single to knock in a run. So here's Blackmon, and it's called a strike with the slider. Blackmon got an infield hit that started a 3-run first inning, led off the second with a walk, starting a 4-run inning. He tripled with 1 out in the 3rd and scored again, and he fouled out to right in the 5th inning. Hunter Pence made an outstanding catch after a long run. And the fastball at 95 up and away. Greg Holland, the Rockies closer, is up in the bullpen getting ready for the 9th inning. So the Rockies have had to go deep in their bullpen on a night where they took a 9-1 lead into the 7th. Ooh, that was a close one. Just off the outside. 93-mile-an-hour fastball. Looked like it had a little cut to it. 2-1 the count. 9 runs, 13 hits for Colorado. 8 runs, 15 hits for the Giants. And a foul out of play. 2-2. Three and two.
They'll reach back there to try to add on to velocity in that 2-strike count. Morris, I mean, you get two really definitive types of fastball. He can sink the fastball and put the ball on the ground, but he can also force seam up across the letters. Throwing with a lot of confidence right now.
And it's a leadoff walk.
And that's a mistake.
He had him in a hole and ends up losing him. These are the guys. The Jets have not been able to get these guys out tonight. The Blackman is on for the 4th time. 2 hits, 2 walks. I think the top 3 hitters in the lineup for the Rockies, Blackman, LeMahieu, Arenado, 10 hits in 12 at bats all told, plus those 2 walks for Blackman. So they've been on base 12 times in 14 plate appearances, the 3 of them. 8 runs scored. LeMahieu is 4 for 4, 6th 4-hit game in his career. He's knocked in 2. Blackman back to the bag.
Keeping a close eye on Blackman. I mean, he's got 5 steals. He's been thrown out 4 times, but he's a guy who's, if he knows when you're going home and he studies it, if he gets a good jump, he can steal. And they will test Hundley. He does not have the arm that Buster Posey has.
That's a called strike.
Again, getting ahead with a breaking ball.
Holland getting ready in the bullpen. Nick Hundley will be due up second for the Giants in the 9th inning. Slater to lead off. Span would be due up third. And those guys will all be coming up. They're actual hitters. The Giants have nobody else available other than pitchers.
LeMahieu, a double play candidate. He's hit into 7 this year. That's second most on this Rockies team. Arenado has 11.
The check swing. Ruled a swing.
Oh, yeah.
Fans didn't like it. LeMahieu didn't like it.
Let's take a look. Did he go on the breaking ball? Yeah, no, he didn't. That's a break. So Gary Cederstrom, the crew chief at first base, give the Giants a bit of a break, a 1-strike break.
So once there have been over 300 pitches made in the game, he's a little more likely to rule a swing on an appeal like that, apparently. Panic, 1, and it was not close at first.
Just not hit hard enough.
Well done by Joe Panic to get the lead runner. A lot of things could go wrong on that kind of a play with a fast runner going to second, especially at Coors Field somehow. Not this time. The Gold Glovers Panic to Crawford to get the lead runner. And here is Arenado. That's the first time all night that LeMahieu has not gotten a hit. And that's a called strike to Arenado, who's had 3 doubles. First time in his career that he's had 3 doubles in a game.
Well, we got a note from Michael Dukas saying that Arenado has had 5 prior games with 3 extra base hits. 4 of them were 2 homers and a double, and the other one was 2 doubles and a homer. So he has mastered the art of 3 extra base hits a few times.
And probably, although 3 doubles, that's an excellent game, he would take the 2 doubles and a homer game over that, or even the 2 homers and a double game over the 3 doubles. 2 strikes to Arenado. If the Rockies are starting to feel the effects of jet lag and whatnot after getting hit in the middle of the night, you can certainly understand after a night game in Pittsburgh last night. Nice save there by Hundley, keeping LeMahieu at first with 1 out. By the way, I'm just looking at the box score last night in Pittsburgh. Jake McGee went 1 2/3 innings in that game through 20 pitches. Holland pitched the 9th inning and he dispatched the Pirates rather quickly, only 11 pitches. But I'm sure he did not want to use McGee tonight.
You're absolutely right. He did not. Plus, I'm thinking
close,
a little high. I'm thinking that Bud Black, skipper of the Rockies, he's sitting on a 9-1 lead going to the 7th inning. He's thinking, all right, night off for my big horses. That is not going to be the case.
Nine to 8. The Giants trailing the Rockies last of the 8th inning. And he laid off.
Well, good pitch, good take there. Not an easy one either for Arenado. He was thinking about it. You know, the funny thing about Arenado, in a 3-2 count, you might throw the same pitch and he might go for it.
LeMahieu made it pretty close there. Back safely.
Well, 3-2, 1 out. I mean, you would expect him to go. How close was it? A half a lean going. Just about a half. It is a strike him out, throw him out opportunity.
There he goes, and the ball is bounced foul.
You're never going to get a great jump if you're the runner at first base in this scenario, because you have to make absolute 100% sure that that pitcher goes home. And that allows opportunity for the strike him out, throw him out.
He goes. Struck him out. The throw on a bounce. Double play. Beautifully handled at second on the bounce by Joe Panik. He had to reach up to play the bounce and still got a quick tag off. 9th inning. Last chance for the Giants. Drive brought to you by Bay Area BMW Centers. And for us, it's a few drives. The home run leading off the 8th by Hundley. Then the pinch hit RBI single by Ty Blach. And suddenly it was 9-5. And finally, they brought in the left-hander McGee, having a great year to face the left-handed hitting Crawford. Boom! Opposite field, 3-run homer, 1-run game. Hurry in today for exceptional offers or visit BayAreaBMW.com. BMW, the ultimate driving machine. And here is Greg Holland. The Giants saw him in the 2014 World Series. He was the closer for the Kansas City Royals. And now he is having a great first half for his new team, setting an all-time franchise record, 23 for 23 in his save chances. That's a foul ball by Austin Slater, and the count is 0-2.
He's got great stuff. You're going to see a mid-90s average with the fastball. He's got a curveball slider combination that's lethal. I mean, he's a high 3/4 release, and his tilt on his curveball is acute, as is the tilt on his slider. I mean, oh yeah, by the way, he's got a split just to stay in shape that can strike you out as well. So he's got some tools to get after you with, and they can all strike you out.
Slater has had 3 hits in this game, 3 for 4. The one time he did not get a hit, he got robbed by LeMahieu. And that's a base hit to left field on an 0-2 pitch against the guy who's been the best closer in the league so far this year, a veteran closer. And he rips a single, and it's a 4-hit game for Austin Slater.
Well, and he puts himself in position with a very quiet lower body, and he lets his hands defend. And this is not a hanger. He goes down there and he gets low. He beats that pitch with backspin right over the head of Valleca, the shortstop. That's exactly what they wanted. They wanted a leadoff hitter on, and they got it. Great at bat for the kid.
And now Nick Hundley, the former Rocky, who showed himself to be an excellent hitter in this ballpark, and he did it again tonight, an opposite field home run in the 8th. And it's a called strike. Hundley 0 for 2 lifetime against Holland. Greg Holland, they had Kelvin Herrera and Wade Davis. They were setup men in Kansas City because Holland was the closer. And that is a little roller foul. 0-2.
Well, I mean, Hundley's got 2 at bats, so he's got a little history. At least knows what his stuff looks like. I mean, that makes the swing of the bat from Slater even that more impressive, because he doesn't know him. All he knows is what he has watched on TV, and he beat him in a 2-strike count, and that's not where you want to be with Holland.
It was only the 11th hit allowed by Holland this year in 24 2/3 innings, which is rather astonishing. So now it's an 0-2 count to Hundley. Denard Span on deck. Back to the screen. We're in a similar spot where if the Giants, if they can keep this inning going, that 4th spot in the order, the Buster Posey spot, where Ty Blach pinch hit in the 8th inning and knocked in a single, could come up again. Who would be next on the list of possible pinch hitters?
Probably Kane. Kane or Samardzija.
Giants bullpen is busy with both Hunter Strickland and Mark Melancon warming up. 0-2 the count. Bounced in front of the plate.
That's a nice block, and that's a big 90 feet. That's one thing you don't want to do if you're the Rockies. You don't want a wild pitch, a runner into scoring position with nobody out.
So if the Giants were to tie the game, then we would see Strickland. If they were to go ahead, they would certainly bring in Melancon. Alongside Matt Cain, Brandon Crawford. Giants down by a run, 9th inning. Look out. High and tight, 95 miles an hour. He gets such other great stuff. He only kind of just showcases that 95 every once in a while, doesn't he?
Well, he showcased it right under the chin of Nick Hundley. So he definitely got a smell of that one.
Two and two. The middle infielders, LeMahieu at second. Valek at short, pulled in a bit, double play depth. Big hole open on the right side of the infield. And he struck him out. Came back with the heat again.
Right above the hands. And you have to feel that was the intent of the previous pitch as well. Just heat him right up with a straight four-seamer above the hands. You couldn't put it in a better spot. Cunley is a good high ball hitter, but he likes that ball out over the plate. That crowded him on the inside. He could not get the top hand on it.
Denard Span, after Hundley's home run in the 8th, then started a whole separate rally with a single. His first hit of the night. He's 1 for 5. Off the outside. Span, former American leaguer. He's seen a little bit of Greg Holland. 1 hit, 3 at bats against him. Slater, the runner at first, 1 out. Just missing, and the count is 2-0.
Holland's given up 3 home runs this year, so it is within his skill set. And he's got to come in the strike zone right now. Now, normally, I beg your pardon, he's given up 1 home run. And normally in this situation, you would see Denard Span take a pitch, but he may cherry pick here and try and lift. Especially in this yard, especially as live as it is right field.
Base hit left center field. Slater around second, and he'll go to third as the throw goes into second. So now the Giants have the possible tying run just 90 feet away with 1 out, and Gorkys Hernandez coming up.
Well, and if you're Gorkys Hernandez, you got to read the room here. Because with Belt on deck and an open base, if it gets past you and it gets to a 2-out situation, they're going to walk Belt and they're going to face a pitcher. So you have to do something in this at bat. This is not an at bat you're up there looking for a walk. You're looking for a ball that you can get in the air deep enough to score Slater. And it's got to be at least medium depth. You've got good arms in the corner here with the Rockies. They've got an excellent arm with Desmond in left. They've got an excellent arm with Tapia in right. And the guy who's got the most assists of all of them is out in center with Charlie Blackmon. He's got 3.
Oh. That one appeared to hit home plate, and he swung at it. 0-1. He looked a little over anxious.
Well, and he looks like he didn't see the spin either.
Hernandez hit a soft ground ball to short into a force play back in the 8th inning in his only at bat. He entered the game as a pinch runner for Nunez in the 7th when Nunez hamstring tightened up, beating out an infield hit. The bunt, and it's not a good one.
Well, and that tells you how he's seeing him. If he's going into bunt mode after that first pitch, he's not seeing the break on that breaking ball at all.
The only reason I wouldn't say that just outright that it was fortunate that that bunt was foul. If it had been fair, it might have gone into right field over the infield for a hit.
Yeah, he could have hit it off the wall.
So it's 0-2 now. By the catcher. To second goes Span, but not far enough for Slater to take a gamble.
But that's significant because now he just has to put the ball in play. And we'll watch how Bud Black plays this infield here. But they lose the force. And with this double play combination, I mean, anything hitting the ground, you hold your breath that they may turn a pair. They're that good.
And they're bringing him in.
And this changes everything on a fast infield at Coors Field. For Hernandez, he's got to put the ball in play.
Slater, the possible tying run at third. Span, the possible go-ahead run at second. And now the infield is in after the wild pitch. Holland taking an extraordinary amount of time here.
Well, the pressure's on Murphy, the catcher. This Holland's going to want to go either above the strike zone or down the dirt.
That's in shallow center. The tag by Slater. Here comes the throw. Going to be close. He is safe. Span, for some unknown reason, stayed at second base. But the Giants have tied this game rather incredibly. From an 8-run deficit in the 7th inning and losing 2 of their best hitters in the 7th inning, they have come back to tie it. Amazing. And Slater beat an excellent throw.
Well, the best assist arm they have in the outfield. This is such a great at bat for Gorkys Hernandez. He did what he had to do. He got enough on it to get it out there and allowed Slater a chance to score. And that was a strike from Charlie Blackmon.
And that is the first blown save for Greg Holland this year. He was 23 for 23 until tonight. So now Brandon Belt was given the automatic walk, as we knew would happen. And here is Samardzija is going to be the pinch hitter. Tomorrow's starting pitcher will bat for Brian Morris. One thing we do know about Samardzija, he's got enormous power, although he calls it 5 o'clock power.
Well, at batting practice, he's almost as good as Bumgarner in distance when he hits him.
Good eye as Denard Span steals third.
Now that's another significant steal, because now again the pressure's on Murphy. And for Holland, who likes to go down the dirt with breaking balls, I mean, that puts a little hair on the play.
And really, Holland paid no attention to him whatsoever.
None. So heads up play from Span.
9-9, 9th inning. The possible go-ahead run is at third. 2-0.
Tell you, the way they've set the defense right now, and as far back as Arenado is playing, and Holland is not a great defensive pitcher. The speed of Samardzija, I mean, it's not that far-fetched to think that they may put a bunt on here.
2-0 the count. Two and one. Well, gave him a shot. But I think what you're talking about could still hold true right here. 2-1.
Samardzija can run. We all know that.
Back to the screen. Swinging away on the breaking ball, and it's 2-2.
Now here's where he just has to get short and protect.
Gorkys Hernandez had one of his greatest plate appearances as a big leaguer.
That was clutch against a guy who's as nasty as any reliever.
That his plate appearance could hardly have started worse. He swung at a pitch that hit home plate.
Just setting him up. Just setting him up. Giving him a false sense of security.
Who knew? And it worked. There goes Belt from first. Off the glove. Here comes Span. Holland covers the tag. He's out.
Well, look at that.
Don't go anywhere. Was it worth a shot with a pitcher pinch hitting? Did he slide it under the tag?
And I think there's a chance. Watch the toe. No looks there. There's a chance. But they need a better look.
They are going to send it to the umpires in New York.
I think he's safe.
I think he's safe. The left foot was in, And the tag actually went to the right knee, the folded under leg. And we couldn't see the whole thing from that view. But he goes to the right leg, the folded under leg.
Well, that one look from high home may be the best bet that the Giants have.
And the umpires in New York also get the feed from the Rockies telecast. Now look at the front foot. The tag does not go there, and I think he's there. He's safe.
I think he beat it. I think his left heel got in.
And that's one where they're going to have to.
He never touched him.
He touched the right leg as the left foot was touching the plate. Now, will they see it in New York? They have to be totally convinced in New York to change the call. The call was out.
I mean, look where he's looking. He's looking for the right foot. His eyes are on the right foot. They're not even looking at the left foot. And if he got in with that left foot.
Here's the call. Well, it'll be interesting to see what the rationale was from New York. The Giants get the one run to tie it. Hunter Strickland coming in.
They blew it. Now, in watching the replay, watch the left toe, and there was contact made with Holland on the toe with the glove, and that is what turned the play. And we did not see that. And the folks in New York, they got it right. If you watch Span, when he comes down the third base line, there was just a little bit of hesitation before he made the break, and in the end, it may have cost him. Watch Span from the left side. Little hesitation right there. And Eric Cooper, the plate umpire, got the play right.
Great call by Cooper, because at the point of contact with the toe, it did appear that the heel was still, I don't know, an inch from home plate.
So Hunter Strickland, the new pitcher, coming in for the 30th time.
And for the third consecutive day, which Bruce Bochy just hates to do that and almost never does it. He would not have pitched him yesterday against Colorado if he had known that he would still be available tonight here in Denver. But having said that, Strickland assured him before the game, my arm feels great. I'm ready to go tonight if you need me. And they need him here in the ninth. That's a base hit for Mark Reynolds. His second hit of the game, his first since the first inning. Second inning in a row, the Rockies get their leadoff man aboard. Ian Desmond will come up. 9-9, last of the ninth. Giants very improbably have forced the Rockies to bat in the 9th inning in a game where they were trailing 9-1. The Rockies had a 9-1 lead into the 7th inning, and it was still 9-3 into the 8th inning.
Giants about hit him 17-14.
Desmond is a single and a double, a run batted in, 2 for 4. High and foul out of play. It was in this ballpark in September of 2014 that Hunter Strickland made his major league debut, and rather impressively too. And he was so impressive, not just with that debut game, but the few times they used him in the month of September. They said, hey, let's put him on that postseason roster. Curveball, strike 2 called. Hard breaky ball, curve or slider, 85 miles an hour. Snapped in there. Cargo has come out on deck. The pitcher's spot is due up next. So Carlos Gonzalez, the veteran slugger, is out on deck to be the pinch hitter. Popped him up. Brandon Belt. One away. What a game this has been.
Well, it has been a Coors Field classic. And the Giants, you know, you really have to applaud what they've done, being down 9-1. And it was that man right there who had the first 3-run home run that any Giant has had all year long. They got to within 1 run, made it a 9-8 ball game.
Dangerous slugger, Carlos Gonzalez. They call him Cargo here. He is 1 for 4 with a double in his career versus Hunter Strickland. So they have a little bit of experience against each other. Reynolds at first. Crawford almost right up the middle for him. Ball 1.
Just a bit low. Gonzalez is coming off a road trip where he went 0 for 20 with 6 punch outs, so he's been struggling. But if you're pitching to him, that doesn't mean anything.
Two and 0. Well, you don't want to throw anything even close to being fat to a guy like this in this ballpark, but at the same time, if you walk him, you put the possible winning run in scoring position with a left-handed hitter who's been swinging a hot bat the last couple of days on deck. There he is, Tapia, the rookie.
Well, you've got a challenge here, no doubt about it. He has to be made to swing the bat.
Three and 0.
Well, when he's hot, I mean, 3-0 counts just like another count for him to get a good pitch to hit. It's just a little bit inside with the 97-mile-an-hour fastball.
Gonzalez hitting only .215 for the year. You saw that note. No hits in his last 24 at-bats. No. So that does move the possible winning run into scoring position. Hundley out to talk to Strickland.
Well, the first thing Strickland's going to say to him, where were those 2 pitches? Because if he didn't get one, he thought he should have got at least the other one. So Dave Righetti, sensing a little frustration from Strickland, going to come out and try and calm him down. If you have any concern about whether or not Strickland has good stuff pitching 3 days in a row, don't. Good velocity on the fastball, good snap on the slider.
Tapia knocked in a run back in the 2nd inning. It was an RBI single that made it 7-1 Colorado. He has gone 1 for 4 in the game overall. The outfielders come in fairly shallow. And that is a called strike. They want to be able to have their best shot of getting off a throw to keep Reynolds from scoring. And Reynolds is not a speed burner. Which is not to say he's a real slow guy, but the Rockies' only non-pitcher still available is their other catcher. Ground ball, right field, base hit. Reynolds is being waved home. Here comes the throw by Pence, way off line, and the Rockies win it anyway. Well, they didn't win the pennant, but they're reacting as if they did.
Well, pretty emotional game for both pitches. I mean, you have a 9-1 lead, you're thinking it's over, and it was not over. The Giants absolutely bowed their neck and came back in incredible fashion. What a game this was.
For more on tonight's game, tune into Sportsnet Central Giants edition on NBC Sports Bay Area. Tune in to NBC Sports Bay Area tomorrow at 4:30 for Giants pregame live before Game 2 of the series. We'll be back with you a week from Friday, June 23rd, for the Giants and Mets on NBC Bay Area and the Giants Television Network. For Mike Krukow, this is John Miller from Coors Field in Denver saying good night. The final again, the Rockies 10, the Giants 9.